pictures from there where ISA secretariat is written. Yeah, it comes up now.
Good morning, everyone. Could we settle down, please? We'll begin in 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. And let me welcome you to this morning session on operationalization of the SIDS platform. After the high-level session yesterday, we thought it is extremely critical to get into the nuts and bolts of how this will go forward. The SIDS platform is envisaged as a transformative digital and financial ecosystem and vision to accelerate the solar deployment in the SIDS countries. We intend to offer a full stack solution combining a digital e-marketplace, standardized procurement, plug-and-play financing, project pipeline development, training and capacity building modules. Highlighting the SIDS platform at this year's Sri Lanka Regional Committee meeting was both timely and strategic. It offers a critical opportunity to secure the political endorsements that we got yesterday and to mobilize support from the development partners ahead of the global spotlight at COP30 in Brazil this year. The session today will focus on operationalization. We will have countries talking about the readiness they have, and the second part of the session will focus on the possible solution. But before we begin the discussion, I'm delighted to invite the Honorable Minister from Seychelles to deliver his keynote address, following which he can sign the pledge that we did yesterday. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. High representatives of the Government of Sri Lanka, fellow ministers here present this morning, Director General of the ISA, representatives of the World Bank, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. It is a distinct honor for me to deliver this statement at the 7th Regional Committee meeting for the Asia and Pacific region. At the outset, I would like to express my delegation's sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Sri Lanka for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality offered to our delegation. We are also grateful to the Secretariat of the ISA and the World Bank and the members of the Asia and Pacific Regional Group for the excellent organization and execution of this regional assembly. As a member of the Africa Group, we are appreciative of this effort by the ISA to create links across regions to ensure that we move faster on renewables and that we move together. We have, through this meeting, an excellent opportunity to discuss energy solutions, more specifically, the potential of solar solutions in our future energy transition. The government of Seychelles is accelerating its efforts to scale up renewable energy in the country. The Assembly and regional meetings represent for us important opportunities to further consult and seek additional collaboration and cooperation with key stakeholders and make further progress. Indeed, it has to be noted that the ISA partnership has strengthened the role renewable energy is playing in balancing Seychelles' energy mix and addressing its long-term energy security. With a recently inaugurated cold storage project and with planned projects in support of the agriculture and health sectors, we expect to start another transformative process in small-scale application of solar energy. Seychelles is well renowned for its efforts to protect its environment. And by the way, this year we exceeded our CBD target by protecting 32% of our EZ. With a population of approximately 96,000, we are at the same time the smallest African country and the most developed. Yet, like all SIDS, we face numerous challenges: energy access, energy security, limited scale, limited resources, both technical and financial. Addressing these challenges require clear strategies, commitments, and partnerships, like the fruitful partnership we enjoy with the ISA. And I must say it is a very fruitful partnership. This partnership is helping us to prepare for the future and invest in developing and exploiting renewable energy sources today. We know that if we don't, the cost of transitioning may be beyond our means. Seychelles has demonstrated its firm commitment for transitioning towards renewable energy and putting in place strategies towards a net zero future, as reflected in our NDC under the Paris Agreement. Seychelles is already looking beyond its 15% renewable energy target by 2030. We have set our ambition much higher, and we are actively exploring the possibility of doubling this target, or with the right investment, aiming for majority renewable in the coming decades. But we have to admit that the challenge is great and the task ahead is daunting, but this has strengthened our resolve. To date, Seychelles has installed a combined solar and wind installation of 24 megawatts capacity. In the coming year, we are looking to install another 14 megawatts of solar PV installation, ranging from ground-mounted, floating solar PV and agrivoltaic systems. Additionally, the government has recently approved the renewable energy project pipeline of around 83 megawatts in the next 5 years. This will enable us to achieve more than 20% of renewable energy penetration in our power sector by 2030. These projects will be supported by 18.3 megawatt or 36.6 megawatt of battery energy storage systems to ensure grid stability. Additionally, for the past 3 years, Seychelles has been revising its policy and legislative framework to enable implementation of the plan. Successful implementation of the plan will require everyone on board. One such partner is our local utility company, the Public Utilities Corporation. A few months ago, Seychelles negotiated a potential financing envelope of $35 million USD with the World Bank for this particular entity in Seychelles. This financing facility, titled the Renewable Energy Accelerated Program, or REAP, will facilitate renewable energy integration through modernization and strengthening of the energy grid and storage infrastructure. The improved grid capacity will enable the mobilization of the private sector investment by allowing for the integration of a high number of independent power producers and distributed solar installations. We are hoping that alongside the SIDS platform being announced today, we shall be able to make significant progress in renewables and serve as an example of international cooperation in support of SIDS energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, as a SIDS, we are calling for less talk and more action. We need to decarbonize the global economy, and we need to reduce the use of fossil fuels. The challenges to completely transform one's energy sectors are immense, but so are the opportunities, and we must grasp them now before it is too late. Let us explore, with ISA, World Bank, development partners, and others, ways and means to strengthen our relationships with a view to realizing the energy transition envisioned by SIDS. Let us use this new ISA SIDS platform as a tool for reinforcing action towards energy transition in small island states. We have much to gain by sharing experiences and ideas with each other. Shaping the future of clean and sustainable energy is a collective effort, and I am sure that together we will make it happen. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for this insightful address. And let me now invite you to join the Director General for signing the pledge on joining the SIDS platform. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get our hands together and congratulate. Thank you very much. You had a bag. Thank you, sir. For today's session, as I was mentioning, we have a large panel, which is a testament of the interest and the support that the SIDS platform is gaining. Today, my colleague from the bank, Amit Jain, and I would co-moderate this session. The initial part will focus on country experiences, and then we get into partnerships and solutions perspective that Amit will take forward. Let me invite our friends from the Solomon Islands, Fiji, Marshall Islands, PNG, Australia, and the FCDO to join me up on the dais, please. Thank you very much. As I open this panel up, let me first invite Ms. Lisa Wanstall, the Deputy High Commissioner of UK to Sri Lanka and also representing the FCDO today. Madam, at FCDO, the priorities and the programs that you have for the small island states, if you could throw some light on that and take us through that.
Well, thank you very much, and hello to everybody, Ayubo and Vanakkam, and thank you for inviting us to join the regional meeting today. I hope people are aware of our long-standing commitment as the UK to small island developing states in recognising your acute vulnerability to climate change and the challenges you face in terms of high energy costs and limited access to finance. And these challenges are also compounded by geographic isolation sometimes, smaller markets, very unique challenges, and sometimes exposure to extreme climatic and weather conditions. So the UK support comprises multiple regions and sectors, and there's really an emphasis on three key themes. So clean energy, access and innovation is one of those. So enabling a transition to affordable, reliable and sustainable energy through technical assistance, innovation, partnerships, plus blended finance. The second is climate resilience and adaptation. I mentioned weather conditions. So strengthening the ability of SIDS to prepare for and respond to climate impacts, including through nature-based solutions too, and disaster risk reduction. And the third area of interest for us is capacity building and governance. So providing institutional support to improve the policy environment on this area, plus access to climate finance and regional cooperation. And obviously, what you're all striving for today is innovation and international cooperation, and that's really essential to overcoming the structural barriers that many SIDS countries face. As I mentioned, the high energy costs, the infrastructure costs, and the climate vulnerability. And so we see this really as a very valuable platform to strengthen peer learning across the region, reduce transactional costs, reduce duplication, and align like-minded partners and support. And it also is valuable that it's building on existing regional frameworks and can prioritise really locally led solutions that are important to the SIDS context. I'm going to name check very briefly three of our where we put our money. So this isn't just talk, and I can pass on further information afterwards if people are interested. But there are three key areas of FCDO programming, UK programming, that support SIDS. One is the Pacific Clean Energy Programme, and that's a 20 million pounds regional programme until 2030, and that's about expanding clean energy across Pacific Island countries. The other is Transforming Energy Access, very appropriately called T in Sri Lanka, and that's going until 2027, and that's a 265 million pounds, a global research and innovation platform, looking at testing and scaling up of technologies and business models. And the last one is Sustainable Blue Economies till 2028, which is supporting resilience to climate change. There's another one here, fourth one, Small Island Development States Capacity and Resilience CEDAR program till 2028 as well. I don't have the funding totals on that, but that's around institutional capacity. I don't want to hog the time, so I'll leave it at that.
No, thank you very much. And I think, the three key words that you used on affordability, reliability, and sustainability are an integral part of the pledge that we signed yesterday as well. We look forward to working with the FCDO on taking the SIDS platform further. Moving ahead, yesterday, I was doing some research on the NDCs of the PICs and also the energy roadmaps. So let me move to my colleague from Fiji. And, I saw that in the National Energy Roadmap, there's a 100% renewable electricity target by 2036, a time frame, maintain over 98% of electricity access. There was a spend on fossil fuel imports in 2023-24 of $1.2 billion US, so looking at substantially reducing that. Of course, this would mean a lot of legal reforms would be needed, electricity acts, clarifying IPP frameworks. I understand there are things like this happening in Fiji. Could you take us through what are the kind of legal reforms that Fiji is looking at to accelerate implementation?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for that question. Maybe before I answer the question in terms of some of the reforms that we are currently undertaking in the energy sector, maybe just to give you a brief overview in terms of the key sectors that we have in the energy sector back in Fiji. We have one utility company, Energy Fiji Limited, and also we have a regulator, independent regulator. I suppose it's called the Fijian Consumer and Competition Commission, FCCC. And then we also have a key, I think now we have got 2 IPPs, independent power producers, that are currently selling power to the grid. These are statutory authorities. We have the Tropic Woods Limited, which uses wood chips to supply power, and also the Fiji Sugar Corporation, which currently uses bagasse, especially during crushing season, to sell power to the grid. And over the years, the last IPP that came on board, sorry, we have 3 companies, and the third one is a Korean company using biomass technology. So that was the last IPP that came on board in 2012. So from then till now, in terms of the investment in the electricity sector, there's been a slow investment in terms of IPP participating. So this year, we've currently carried out a gap analysis looking at the existing legislations that we have. So currently, Energy Fiji Limited is a private company, and they have been divested. There's been some divestment happening, and there's also a private investor from Japan that owns 44% of the share with the EFL. And government owns 51%, and 5% owned by the consumers. So you look at the market itself in terms of how the utility, in terms of its the divestment that took place. We have a legislation called the Electricity Act of 2017, which currently gives the exclusive right to EFL to generate, transmit, and distribute power to all throughout the country. So these are some of the restrictions that we have at the moment. So the review that we've carried out in terms of the Electricity Act, and also looking at the Regulatory Act, which encompasses the FCCC as a regulator. So whilst doing the main purpose of us doing the review is to provide that environment, conducive environment for investors to come in, especially with the private sector, to come on board and invest in the energy sector. Whilst even though our renewable energy generation stands at around 55%, and looking at the timeline that we have till 2030, we got a very ambitious target to achieve in terms of transforming the energy sector. So now that we have carried out the review, which is still in progress, we are hoping to get in more IPPs. And with that, we're also trying to look at the tariff rate. At the moment, with the power purchase agreement within the legislation, that is the prerogative of the utility company and the investor. So there's very little room for government to come in, or even the regulator, to influence the decision in terms of the final pricing. So, these are some of the barriers that we have, which is restricting the participation of IPPs in the power sector. And the utility company control most of the negotiations, including the final pricing. So we understand the position of the private sector in terms of investing. They really want to have a return on the investment, and also looking at the different type of technology. That now we've almost exhausted the remaining potential for solar, for hydro, and moving forward, we're looking into solar technology. So hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years, once we've completed the review, we should be able to provide that platform environment for investors to come on board. Maybe I'll end there and then continue with the other questions.
No, thank you very much. And I understand that countries are at varied levels of readiness, and I think what we need from countries that are ready with their reforms is a list of bankable projects that are ready to go forward. Let me move to my colleague from the Marshall Islands. At COP24, you had released the electricity roadmap with some extremely ambitious goals, particularly around reducing diesel usage in the electricity sector to 50% below 2010 levels by 2025 and 65 by 2030. There was a specific point mentioned around the strengthening of the energy company and positioning it as a green utility. Can you throw some light on it? How is it taking the islands towards more readiness in terms of projects?
Thank you very much for that question. Before the National Energy Office was enacted, our country, all of our power was generated through diesel, which serves about 80% of our residents. The remaining 20% were they get their energy through personal solar home, like PVs. So the National Energy Office is mandated to lead the transformation for our utility companies into a green phase. And I will specifically mention 3 areas in which we are mandated to do that. The first one is through policy leadership and strategic guidance. So as you mentioned, through the Electricity Roadmap and also the Energy Act of 2018, which legally mandates sustainable energy supply. So our government has mandated us. So we have no choice, but we have to switch to sustainable energy supply. So within that framework, it gives the National Energy Office the oversight to ensure that all of our utilities, infrastructure, and operational upgrades align with national decarbonizing goals through the Electricity Roadmap and the Energy Act of 2018. And I will mention two programs with generous investments from World Bank. We had a 34 million CITEP project and also a 60 million investment from the World Bank. We called it the Regain Project. So these 2 programs and projects, the first step was the demolition of the aging infrastructure we had on island and the construction of a new solar hybrid power station. And the deployment of solar PV, battery storages, and energy efficient retrofits across the nation's capital and also the island of Ibai. Along with that project, we also installed solar car parks to pave the way for the introduction of the EV vehicle into Majuro, the nation's capital. And also, we have started installing floating solar PV systems underway at one of our major reservoirs. As you see, Marshall Islands, like many islands in the Pacific, one of the big challenges we have in installing solar is we don't have the land for it. You either have to build it on rooftops or you have to let it float in the ocean. We just don't have the land for it. For us to put it on land, we have to make the land. An example is like what's right across from us. Another major highlight of these 2 investments is an installation of a 8 megawatt solar in the nation's capital and also a 15 megawatt battery storage in Ibai Atoll. So these are some of the projects that our nation is undergoing in the switch to renewable energy supply. But I will end this by saying the scenario right now in Marshall Island is very tricky. Last year, our president declared a state of emergency because our power grid were very old and unstable. And outages are very, very, very frequent. You're talking about diesel generators that have been operating for the last 30 years nonstop. So the introduction of all these projects and the switch to solar energy, there is a fine line between turning the power on to install new energy and keeping the power on using the same electrical grid that has been present for the last 30 years. And that is the challenge that our office, our department is tasked with every single day. And there's a fine line. And all of us appreciate having the power on, but at the same time, at what cost? At what cost to the environment? At what cost to our main grid system? And the third area that our office helped the utility companies is by operating and managing the data systems and the reporting. So we manage all the GHG inventories, MRV systems, and energy efficiency audit to benchmark our utilities' progress and to ensure that we inform the Paris Agreement submissions and attract continued donor support. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting, balancing a lot of these difficult trade-offs and how it is a mix of both mitigation and adaptation, and how does solar work very well in tandem with the natural ecosystems is something that we are also trying to look at under the SIDS platform. Let me now call upon my colleagues from the Solomon Islands. There's a lot of energy sector and Electricity Act reforms that are going on in the region. With your interim goals of 80% in the urban areas and 40% in the rural areas for renewable electricity by 2030, I think the target is around 100%. There is an initiative to amend the Electricity Act and especially, to open it up for fresh IPPs. Could you take us through this reform that are happening in your country, sir?
Thank you, Moderator. Firstly, I wish to acknowledge the presence of all delegates here and the Director General for ISA, distinguished His Excellencies, the Ministers. I would start by saying that the more challenges you have, the more opportunities are there. To name a few, Solomon is a country that is soldering 70 cents US per kilowatt an hour. This is indeed a challenge. And with this challenge, I just wish to appeal to everyone sitting here that it's an opportunity, especially for the country, to again strategize and see how we can best maneuver to reduce this. So, to answer your question, Moderator, the Solomon Island government is really having an prioritized Solomon Islands electricity sector regulatory framework, starting way back in 2019 through the endorsement of our national energy policy by our cabinet. These policies then sets out our strategic platforms for regulatory reform. So we have been embarking on a couple of these reforms with the support of World Bank, ADB, and recently we also have support from the UK government in helping us to put forward our regulatory framework. As you probably knew or not, but Solomon Islands is one of those countries in the Pacific where you have the utility who is also a regulator. And having to play in a football match where you are also a referee to the same game is a very funny scenario which the government is prioritizing to make a change to it. So that is one of our major target. To achieve our ambitious targets, we've been doing some legislative amendments to our Electricity Act in 2023. by removing fossil fuel as a prime driver of electricity to renewable energy. So now our utility is being told to make sure that it moves from reliance of fossil fuel to renewable energy sourcing of the energy. And we've been communicating with our utility to make sure that we achieve the strategy that is in place in our legislation. Not only that, the government is also has established, by way of endorsement and through the amendment in Parliament, that we've established our Energy Advisory Committee, who will also be engaging and be responsible in reviewing the tariffs that we have with the utility. Having said that, we are now in the second phase of our amendment to our Electricity Act by trying to make sure that we create our independent regulator. The drafting instructions of our new of our amendment is already in place, and we are discussing with our Attorney General's chamber on the drafting instructions for the next amendment in our electricity to happen by the end of this year. And I'm only counting on my minister, who's here with me in this committee meeting, to push that. We want to establish an independent regulator that will be independent in nature and that will see the need of our people, to make sure that we balance out the need to have electricity, but on an affordable and efficient case. On another front is our strategic national planning. On our National Development Strategy 2016 to 2035, we are also prioritizing energy reform in this. And bear in mind, one of our challenges that we continue to face is, you know, when you have someone who's used to using bicycles, he or she will be very, very much into bicycles than using motorbikes. So to transform ourselves from gensets, managing gensets, to renewable energy technology, it may take some time for the country to adapt to that scenario or the situation. So what I'm impressing here is if we can have more collaboration, capacity building for our countries in the Pacific Islands on how best we can manage these technologies. Because, you know, we are used to the smell of fossil fuels in our gensets. We are yet to get ourselves used to seeing solar and seeing hydropower generation utilities. It's a change of a culture, so we need to contextualize things, and so we need that support in capacity building and training for our utilities and our government officials and our local experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think you touch upon a very important aspect of bringing about a cultural change, which comes through a series of things. Through the SIDS platform, the intent is to look at local context and provide contextualized solutions. Moving to my colleague from PNG, your NDCs and energy plans are extremely well detailed out. What particularly caught my attention was that you had a very specific rollout plan as well, which spoke about 15 planned and 22 proposed RE projects between 2021 to 2030. Could you tell us about these planned projects? Is the land identified? Are there transmission evacuation networks that are there? Is the site free from any encumbrances? What does this planning process and the pipelining look like, Madam?
Thank you very much. with all protocols observed, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and members of the 7th Asia Pacific ISA Committee. It would be our pleasure to also provide an update and respond to the very important issues that are captured in the question that you raised to me, moderator. I'm glad I'm speaking as the last person on this panel, because then I allowed myself to take on some of the insights and challenges from my colleagues on the podium. And when I listened to the issues raised by my colleague from Fiji and Solomon Islands, PNG, we are not different to that. I think the only unique circumstances about PNG as an island state is that we are very big in landmass, and also we have so many unique challenges that also affects renewable energy development and deployment. And I would start off by saying that it's been 10 years since Paris, and to sit here and discuss a new initiative that operationalizes our political targets captured within our NDCs as we move towards the assessment of the global stocktake in Belém. It's very important for most of the seeds, because as a country, we've been reflecting on something that would really move us forward as an island state in terms of practical implementation when it comes to achieving our climate change goals, especially in the mitigation sector, where in PNG, the energy sector is becoming increasingly aware of our consumption pattern within the fossil fuels space. For a country, we spend roughly around $900 million USD on fossil refined petroleum products on an annual basis, because 16 out of the 22 provinces that we have in PNG, they're fully powered by diesel gensets, and that is a huge challenge for us. Now, to respond to your question, moderator, I'm going to take a step back and respond to that in two phases, one from an administrative perspective and the other one from an operational perspective. From an administrative perspective, we have the similar challenges as what the Solomon Islands government is currently facing. After we submitted our renewable energy targets in 2020 as part of our revised NDCs with all the listed projects you have mentioned, moderator, the first action that the government of PNG took was to actually address the situation that the Solomon Islands government is in right now. We had a power utility company over the last decades since independence who was the referee and the player, meaning they were the regulator and also the implementer. So in 2021, the government decided to take the biggest bold step forward in terms of introducing the National Energy Authority Act, which also established the independent regulator and the institution that also legally took away the technical and economic responsibility from two agencies, and one of them was the power utility company. So the legislation in itself legally reduced the role of the power utility company to just another IPP player. But our biggest challenge was the legal control of the main grid, which fell exclusively within the utility power company's mandate. So now most of the focus for the government is off-grid access, because that's where most of our renewable energy projects will be. In terms of the administrative aspect of fixing our implementation progress, we had to focus on improving our legislation by putting it through another round of amendments. So, for example, we we separate the access privileges for our communities that falls under the off-grid category. And for PNG, that was extremely important because while the government works with the utility company in fixing the main grid issues and challenges, the off-grid area requires a lot of our attention, and that's where most of the projects that the moderator is talking about lies in. And the off-grid communities, most of the population, the PNG population, roughly over 80% of our population, they live in the off-grid communities or in the rural communities, and they've pretty much owned the land. The land is not controlled and owned by the government. For many years, they have solely relied on refined petroleum products as their main source of energy, also at the household consumption level. So the focus of the government was to establish that regulator that also separates the focus from solely improving the role of the power utility company, but also providing access for our sub-national governments to secure collaboration and partnership with partners. While we were fixing our administrative issues and challenges between 2021 and 2023, we had the opportunity to partner with the World Bank on a project called the National Energy Access Transformation Program, or it's called NEAT, and it's valued over $200 million US. And to respond to your question, moderator, I think that program is actually running a mixed match of progress in terms of focusing on assisting us improve our administrative reforms, including our policies and legislations. We have successfully released 4 regulations that will assist us with the implementation and also support investors who have vested interest in the different sites. And the NEAT program also provided an opportunity to assist us accelerate our technical guidelines and requirements, and also 2 things, moderator, which is essentially very important for PNG, and I think it speaks to the significance of the SEEDS platform and why it's important for our region. And that is the off-grid regulation for PNG, because the off-grid regulation also allows us the flexibility to manage our tariff arrangements, where previously we had a similar scenario as to what the Solomon Islands and the Fiji government had. But for our off-grid electricity access, we are trying to have a refined approach to tariff arrangement, where it's based on a willing buyer, willing seller platform, and it also looks at how to leverage in our anchor customers, and those are our schools and hospitals and other district service programs. And the most important thing about having an initiative as the SEEDS platform is that it takes us member countries a step closer towards refining the harmonization of the standards and the regulations that we use across the board. And I'm glad our Australian colleague is sitting on the panel with us, because in terms of standards in PNG, we are currently using the Australian and New Zealand standards, and we have completed all our technical guidelines in terms of the enforcement of those standards, which will apply both to the off-grid and on-grid areas, and which has been consistently used over the many years, but it's the enforcement part of things that comes into play. Now, before I conclude, one of the things that it's going to be very important when we talk about solar penetration in Papua New Guinea it's the upskilling of our workforce, which is essentially very important. For PNG, we don't have a specific institutionalized certification program for our electricians and our electrical contractors, but we look towards initiatives like the SEEDS solar platform to also identify these gaps and challenges and how we can collaborate in the region in terms of harmonizing what we have and how we move forward. And I would conclude by saying that when I attended an IRENA session early this year, I was in a side event where a Caribbean country was calling for IRENA to move forward in establishing something like this. And I'm glad that a few months down the line, we're sitting and we're discussing something that is exactly operational in nature, and it speaks to the needs and the priorities of SEEDS. Thank you, moderator, and I do apologize if I just went a little bit over time.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And, as my Director General was mentioning yesterday, our entire vision focuses on moving from ambition to action. Having heard all of the panelists today, Sanjeeva, let me move over to you. Of course, there are local contexts that come into play, but there is a commonality on, the intent to move towards more solar penetration, access to finance, and getting into bankable project pipeline. With Australia most likely going to be hosting COP31, what in your view would be the top 2 or 3 areas of priority that you would look at?
Thank you, Karan, and it's a great pleasure for us to be represented on this panel. I mean, Australia is a very large island state, I would say, but what was remarkable when I was listening to our colleagues was that a lot of the challenges that we face, there are similarities and concurrences which we can, of course, share expertise and work together on. It may be a surprise, I just want to draw out some of those similarities. It may be a surprise to the room that Australia does deal with some of the same similar challenges. For example, we have remote communities in the middle of Australia that are still dependent on diesel gensets. In such a wealthy nation, it would be maybe a surprise to know that. Australia is a very large continent. While we don't have the gaps of water, we have gaps of land that are like oceans, if you've ever been to Central Australia. So I wanted to deal with that question of remoteness and how that is still a problem even in a country like Australia. And it really does boil down to the fact that in those remote communities, and a number of the panelists raised this problem, that the cost of getting electricity out to those regions, of extending the network or providing those things, it's simply cost effective to install diesel gensets and be dependent on that. And the other factor which really resonated with me is the need to get community buy-in, that without community support, these projects can often become massive white elephants, In places like Canberra, we may dream up great solutions to install solar on hospitals or in schools and things like that. But if it is short-term thinking that is not backed up by a long-term plan, then these things become a burden on the communities that are in question. So reflecting on those things, I want to draw out 3 really important matters. The first is around training, and this was mentioned a number of times. I think one of the economically sustainable solutions is to make sure that where we are approaching communities that are remote from large grids and networks, is that there should be people, and I would say specifically young people, and more specifically women, in those communities that are trained in order to do at least some quotient of the repair and maintenance and installation of those systems. That is why, as I mentioned before, we prioritize that in our bilateral cooperation with India, but it's certainly something that we would love to work with in the Pacific. I mentioned the Solar Academy we are building in Gujarat, but I did not mention that we are also investing 1.5 million Australian dollars in developing a course stack that calibrates Indian solar training with Australian standards. Maybe something like that is something we can think of in the region. The second is, as I mentioned, we have a lot of technology that has grown up out of the fact that Australia is such a large and remote, there are so many remote parts of our grid, and those relate to, for example, microgrid solutions, off-grid power solutions, energy storage, community batteries, these kinds of solutions which allow remote communities to become energy independent and ensure that the costs of those interventions are low and comparable to fossil fuels. The final one, and this was again mentioned by a few of the panelists, is around creating the long-term market conditions for these solutions to deploy themselves. Australia is the largest per capita deployer of rooftop solar. Maybe, actually, I was doing the numbers, maybe behind Sri Lanka, though. Sri Lanka is deploying a lot of rooftop solar. So, but we are also the largest deployer of grid-scale batteries in the world now. And that may be a surprise to people, but the reason that that has happened is because of a market mechanism we call FCAS, our frequency control market. That is because to deploy battery solutions, you cannot be pricing the electricity provided by that battery. One of our largest batteries, and it was at one time the largest battery in the world at 150 megawatts, is only operational maybe 1 or 2 minutes a year, and yet it is hugely profitable to the people who own it because it is providing interventions at that crucial second or two when the electricity grid in South Australia needs it the most. So most of the year what we are doing is paying for that service to be there. And you need accurate market mechanisms that allow investors to invest in those products, otherwise governments will be holding them up. My team back in Canberra will be upset if I don't mention some of the programs that we are doing on climate finance. Australia has deployed about $3 billion over the last 5 years. We're very proud of the Palau solar project we've done, which will be providing about 20% of Palau's energy needs. Also in Tuvalu, the adaptation project, which really highlights the need for those adaptation solutions. So I can go into more detail on those, but just to say we are here as a friend and really looking forward to working with the ISA. I congratulate you on this particular platform, which I interpret not as a one-size-fits-all, but as an enabler. And so that much we very much support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for this exciting first part of the session on, how there are similarities, but also local contexts at play. So let me thank you all and invite the next set of panelists onto the dais and hand it over to Amit to take it forward from there. Let me invite Gianni, Shiming, Juliet, Ajit, my colleague Sandeep to join us up on the dais, please. Thank you very much. And let me also invite Tony from Seychelles to join us up on the dais.
Sorry, Tony, for putting you on spot, Matt. Karan, thank you very much. So when we were dividing roles and responsibilities, as usual, Karan took the easier part. He said, I will take the challenges from countries, and Amit, why don't you handle solutions? Karan, very well done, as usual. So we heard yesterday and also today the unique challenges which SIDS are facing. And we have been hearing about these challenges for quite some time. Small projects, risk in off-takers, technology risk, practically no land, and their vulnerability to climate change, tourism, and the wars going around the world. But I think yesterday we saw a historic moment where ISA, World Bank, and 7 countries joined hands to do something much more than talk, some real projects on the ground. So taking over from Karan, we will hear some solutions which we are not only proposing, but which has already happened. Solutions which Seychelles has implemented and is trying to implement. Solutions which my colleagues from World Bank are trying to do in Pacific, and also with the funds which FCDO, Denmark, Japan has given us, and we have been working for several years. Solutions which my colleague from Terry will also explain what he's trying to do in SIDS countries. And of course, Mr. Gianni from GTI also is taking bold steps in making SIDS countries 100% renewables. So we will hear some of the efforts which has already been done and which will become the integral part of the SIDS platform. With this, first I will request my friend, Mr. Tony, Secretary from Seychelles. Recently, Tony, a big project was approved with GCF and World Bank. Can you show some light how you will tackle the challenges which Seychelles have been facing? Tony, over to you, please.
Thank you, Amit. Good morning, distinguished delegates, participants, everyone. Yes, indeed, you put me on the spot. I wasn't expecting this, but yeah. As mentioned by my Honorable Minister in his opening remark, Seychelles recently engaged the World Bank in accessing a financing envelope from GCF, which include grant, loan, as well as some bank RBRD loan window. So the idea of us as a country accessing this financing envelope is to really look how we can support the recent approval of a power procurement plan that Seychelles recently, the cabinet recently approved. The plan itself was derived from a recent integrated resource plan study that was done. And the aim of the plan is really to meet the target, the energy target by 2030, even surpass that. So what we did, we started some discussion with World Bank to see how can we support that accelerated program for renewable energy. And one area where we identified was some challenges with regards to the electricity infrastructure. As you know, integrating renewable energy, especially intermittent renewable energy, to the grid poses some challenge. And especially on island grid, it's a bit challenging and difficult to do that. So one of the area that we would like to look at is really strengthening and modernizing the country grid that we allow for the integration of these various renewable energy projects. It's not easy to really access this financing envelope or mechanism or facilities. It's been difficult, but we had some lengthy discussion with World Bank and even with the government to see how, as a country, we can access. As you know, islands faces some challenges with regards to the amount they can really borrow. So we had to have some discussion with the Ministry of Finance to understand what's the appetite in terms of borrowing. So after some lengthy negotiation with the bank and with Ministry of Finance, we did approve for the 25 million USD envelope, but to be implemented in a multi-phase approach. The idea is to use most of all of the GCF grant and consider refinancing from GCF, and then a portion of the RBID, and to see how that helps in terms of developing the electricity infrastructure. And then if we see successful implementation of the program, we will expand that with the other amount that's under the envelope. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much. Two takeaways I take from your intervention, and which actually, if you noticed, also in Honorable Director General Isa also alluded to that in his address yesterday. The move from grant to blended finance. Historically, if we see, cities have been depending upon grants for moving to energy transition for several years. But what we heard from DG ISA yesterday and also from the Maldives experience, we have to move from grants to blended finance. We have to look at leveraging. Otherwise, we have tried in the past but failed. Grants are no solutions for moving towards energy transition goals in SIDS. And Tony alluded how the blended finance in Seychelles is going to help Seychelles moving towards energy transition goals. The second important thing which Tony mentioned is strengthening the grid. We are all big fans of solar and wind, but what we have seen is if you keep installing solar and wind without strengthening the grid, your grid will collapse or you will have to do significant curtailing. So what we have learned from experience, especially in Maldives, is step number one is grid strengthening. That's why Tony referred to more of grid strengthening than of renewables. Step number two is to install storage. And step number three actually is to install solar and wind, because the grid in SIDS countries is not only weak, it's sometimes only at 11 kV, which cannot take the thumb rule of 30% renewables without storage or grid strengthening. With this, I will request Mr. Gyani, since we are on the topic of Seychelles, please tell us more about the Island Initiative and the work which you're doing in Seychelles.
I have a few slides.
Okay.
For this kind invitation, and I just have a few slides, but I don't want to take much time. As we are talking about the digital platform and connecting islands and accelerate through digitalization, in reality, 4 years ago, we started building two platforms, one more for sharing knowledge, communities, networking, communication, and one for additional services. This has been built, and we are going to publish in a few months, end of October, where we can communicate best practices, announcement forums of existing projects or requests of support by islands. A network that involve also creating forums on policy, for instance, different islands discuss about regulation, etc. Creating, anyway, a community of island key stakeholders, of industry, of policymakers, of institutions, etc., webcast, which means training, which means hybrid event, etc., participation from remote location because cost of traveling is so difficult, from Pacific, from Caribbean, etc. We need to indeed activate this exhibition. We are building a permanent exhibition where you can expose, you can do everything you can do in a normal exhibition, and you can interact with and access to all the material of companies, technology providers, islands with their needs, and a library, where you can create your own library and we can provide. This has been already built. What we are building now is another digital platform connected for a marketplace where products and services, technology support can be acquired through the digital platform. You can acquire a number of hours of filter experts. You can select technology. You can create buy groups because islands need to aggregate together anyway to create economy scale and access to finance. Tendering, also there are a lot of funds, and also islands need to, there is a matchmaking system to aggregate islands to apply for funds. We have a global index which assesses the island status towards sustainability, energy transition, etc. And we are going to digitalize and relearning the academy. And on that regard, we are very happy to partner with ISA and World Bank on this challenge. The index, just a few words, we have an index that assesses the progress toward a full decarbonization of the island for different sectors. We apply to different islands with scores. And we have a 100% renewables initiative in partnership with UNDESA, Global Renewable Alliance, Mediterranean, with all the individual associations, and now our same relationship with World Bank and ISA. With this, we have already started to study some islands among Curaçao, Chios. We signed the agreement with the Seychelles for La Digue recently, and UNOC, the Ocean Conference, Rodrigues, Tonga, and our goal is really to, we have a standardized methodology to create the different scenario, how you can get to 100% renewables, which project, where to be done, etc. What are the alternatives? Engaging in a workshop, all the key stakeholders with the governments, and define a roadmap, a plan. A project is a map, but of course, we tackle technology, policy, regulation, and finance in order to accelerate this process. I was very short, of course. I'd like to conclude as also I have a double hat here as a secretary and board member of Global Solar Council. I was one of the founder chair. The cost of technology, I'm taking solar here, but also all technology renewable is very cheap. Solar was already, as was said yesterday, 10 cents per watt in 2024. It's going to 5 cents in 2035. There is no time to wait. With yesterday was said we are spending billions in fossil fuel that result as a subsidies to fossil fuel. And so solar, renewables, all renewables are competitive. Even the most innovative technology, geothermal, wave energy, etc., are competitive with what you are spending today. So my message is, let's work together. Digitalization can scale up, and so what we can do physically, etc. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gianni. So as we are seeing both yesterday and today how common the problems in SIDS countries are, and SIDS platform proposed by International Solar Alliance is a step in that direction to replicate what we have learned so far and make it a multiplier effect rather than starting from scratch. With this, I will request my colleague Shiming to come over here and showcase the work which you are doing in the Pacific region, because we have learned what is happening in South Asia, what is happening now in Africa, but let's hear what Shiming is trying to do in Pacific.
Okay, thank you, Amit. Good morning, everyone. Some old face, other friends, and a lot of new face. So it's good to have this opportunity to discuss this very interesting and very important topic. So actually, I have worked with our Pacific friends for more than 1.5 years. Before that, I worked in those larger countries, so China, Mongolia, but when I go to these Pacific small countries, I see the challenges and the solutions are fully different. Though technology, maybe we have a lot of common sense. So yesterday, anyway, we heard the visions, missions, and actions. So I do respect our clients in the whole Pacific. they really have, all of them have very ambitious visions and missions. So, but I was an engineer. When I come to this region, I always want to find what we should do, what the specific action is. So, but to be honest with you, I'm a little bit disappointed to find the right actions in the specific. So then, anyway, when we talk of the actions, I have the following questions, main questions. First, what are the specific investment plans to achieve your visions or missions? The first one, what the investment we should do. Second thing, where the money come from. So what the funding sources. And so the question in my mind, do we have the capable operators, participants to do all this work? The participants can be utility, can be IPPs that we are talking, and the government regulators. So actually, when we start our work in any of those countries, I'm looking for the answers and try to find the answers with our client country members. So because we need to build consensus on that before we start to really take actions. So anyway, to answer this one, then from what Bank said, as you can see, we work with different development partners, ADB, UK, Australian government, try to work together, and Japan, JICA. So just now in the vision, we see all of us put this reliability, affordability, sustainability, right, in their visions or missions. Of course, one more I really suggest to add is security. So because anyway, but go back to the actions. So one thing I see, because I really read a lot of power development plan in different countries. So, but I always ask a question, whether this power development plan can be really doable. And who do what on the question. Then anyway, I see a least cost power development plan seems always missing. The utility can always propose some power development plan for the government, maybe for the government approval, or just do it. But whether this is really the least cost for the country. So when I say least cost, just now our colleagues mentioned of the solar panel, the cost, 5 cents per kilowatt hours. But whether this 5 cents can really be considered in the Pacific, I will put a big question mark there. So in our last mission to Solomon Island, I report to the peers about the information of our latest investment on solar. It's about 10 cents. Yeah, but that one is a centralized solar PV and without storage. So in some other Pacific countries, I see the cost even much higher. For example, in large countries, the solar PV can be $500 per kilowatt. But go to Pacific, for example, in the solar mine I see is about $1,200 to $1,500 dollar per kilowatt. Then if you go to some other countries, can be as high as close to $4,000 per kilowatt. So I see a big variation about the cost. So the first task I want to do in all our study, really to identify the least cost options. So that can be under the investment. So for example, the solar is an example, and for the diesel cost, because the benchmark is always the diesel. So we need to, and when we, calculate the cost, as all of you agree, the utility, the grid, have absorption costs should also be there. So that's why all those kind of should be the whole system, not just for generation. And about who we are going to develop those renewables, so I see in those larger countries, that all of them prefer to bring in IPPs. So, but all of them are face big challenges there. For example, recently I'm working mainly in Solomon Island, and I work partially in PNG. So, and as PS mentioned in our mission, they are ready. Those IPPs are locking their door. I do remember what you said, but we are not ready to open the door. So they need a lot of help, really how to bring in the qualified IPPs to make sure they can really have the competition and can bring in the low-cost electricity to this country. So, and then I do agree, not forget about utility. Because even with IPPs, you still need a very capable utility to absorb all those available renewables. So this is the whole system. They're not separate, should not be separate. So then go back to the government and the regulators' role. Definitely, you need a sound policy environment and the regulation. About the regulator, we have some debate. I know different countries they prefer to have independent regulators. But whether this, if you want to have these independent regulators, whether they can do their work. You need the capable people. You need to make sure this independence. But in the small countries, sometimes we joke ourselves, who can be this independent? Seems very difficult, very difficult. That's why for us, we explain to our client more on the function of regulation. Not means the body, should be the function, should be independent. So either you have this function within your Ministry of Energy or FCCC, like in Fiji, as an independent body. Let's discuss and find the right one for your country. Finally, you will make the decision. For us, as one of the development partners, we are really happy to work with you to find the right solution in your country. And lastly is really the capacity building and the hands-on support. So because all parties mentioned of that, so I do not want to repeat that too much. So for the World Bank, actually, as I know, the Pacific, our client is still quite small compared to other countries, and we have a lot of development partners are playing together with you. So that's why we also work quite closely with other development partners, try to merge our resources to reduce the requirement, the capacity from you. So, for example, now we are happy to sign a mutual reliance agreement with the ADB. So World Bank and the ADB can work in the same project. So do not need to run those separately. So, and we are also trying to apply the similar approach with other development partners. In such a way, actually, it is better for you to minimize your requirement anyway. So, and we are also trying to find use some regional approach in this region. Because as you know, all the challenges are similar, capacity are similar. I see some variations among different countries. But it's good to have engaged some regional institution. If we can really empower some regional institution in this area, they can do a lot. Because they will be local housing institution to work with each countries, each member utilities. So I think they can do really more than what they are doing now. So I think this is what I want to say today. And I'm happy to work on a daily basis with our Pacific client, how to find a solution and really do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shiming. Thank you for your comprehensive review of the Pacific Islands. Talking about Pacific Islands, how can we forget our colleague, Ms. Sandeep? Just a couple of minutes on the history of SIDS platform. When DG Isa and Karan, we were discussing about this initiative 3 months back, I was very skeptical. I said, you want to do a high-level session in Colombo 3 months down the line, it's not going to work, inviting so many ministers. But then they did the trick. They sent Sandeep on a Pacific Islands tour, trying to convince each country, each minister, not only to join the SIDS platform, but come all the way to Colombo. And I would like to recognize that today's event has happened because of the hard work for Sandeep. Sandeep, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Amit, for that. And I really would like to thank my DG for all the support that he has been providing and his vision really for the SIDS platform and for the World Bank Group to be working with ISER. And Amit, thank you. Even though you thought it couldn't happen, you still continue to support us and be there, and we really appreciate and thank the World Bank Group for all the guidance that we got from you as well. So with regards to the SIDS platform and its relevance and importance, I'd like to, and we have heard from the ministers themselves yesterday, we have heard from our DG, we have heard from the World Bank Group as well, in terms of how important the SIDS platform is and how we will need to work together to make it a reality. We heard from Fiji this morning, we heard from PNG, RMI, my dear friend from Seychelles, the Honorable Minister from Seychelles, and the Solomon Islands PS about their NDC, their RE targets, the regulatory reforms that they are undertaking for more IPPs and for the private sector investment. And of course, how can we forget our dear friend from Australia, a large island state and a friend to the Pacific. It was quite humbling to hear from Australia as well in terms of the challenges they are facing with regards to the population who are living in the rural areas and their dependence on the genset. So with regards to the SIDS platform, and I must really thank all the Pacific Island countries and the honorable ministers who gave their support when I went and did tell them about the SIDS platform. There was not one country and the minister who said that we will not support it. And the commitment that they showed yesterday is a testament to the fact that the Pacific Islands and the SIDS in general, of course, we have our friends from Seychelles here, that they're very committed and they are very, they want to meet their NDC targets. That is, they're under the Paris Agreement. We have heard yesterday in terms of the unique vulnerability and needs of the SIDS, to climate change impacts, including the rising sea levels and the extreme weather events. And I was listening to Amit, my dear friend, present yesterday, and I was very moved, and I really appreciated the fact that he gave numbers, and he was very honest in his presentation in saying that the Pacific and the SIDS are facing the full brunt of climate change. So with that in mind, and there are other challenges that we are facing in terms of the energy security, the high energy cost due to the reliance on imported fossil fuels and the limited access to financing for large infrastructure projects. We heard from Fiji, like they spent a couple of, I think, 1 billion or something in their fuel import, as in fuel import bills. So there is a lot of challenges in the SIDS, and the SIDS platform do provide, and we are hoping that it will address some of these challenges that we are facing in the SIDS. The SIDS platform promotes sustainable energy and climate resilience, and the core of this platform is to foster solar-powered solutions. For SIDS to transition to renewable energy sources like solar is not just an environmental imperative, as I mentioned earlier, but also an economic one, reducing dependence on volatile fossil fuel markets and enhancing our energy independence. The pledge explicitly mentions prioritizing energy access, sustainability, and climate resilience, which is crucial to SIDS for our long-term survival and development. Again, tailored solutions and capacity building. The pledge highlights cutting-edge solutions tailored specifically to the needs of the SIDS. And this indicates a recognition that one-size-fits-all approach will not work for SIDS. It hasn't worked in other areas as well. So the inclusion of capacity building programs is a key. We have heard from countries in terms of the needs and the work that ICE is doing as part of the STARSEA program. There's a lot of requests that keeps coming ICE's way to have more STARSEA centers. And we also had from the PS Solomon Islands this morning in terms of the need to train and the need for cultural mindset change from gensets to more solar technology. So there's a lot of things that will need to be pulled together as we discuss how do we operationalize the SIDS. We also, in terms of facilitating access to finance and technology, the platform will look at various financing instruments and comprehensive digital and financial architecture. SIDS need to access adequate financing for large-scale renewable projects, and this platform aims to streamline and make financing more accessible, while also facilitating access to cutting-edge solutions and regional digital e-marketplace for technologies, harmonize procurement and streamline project pipelines. This aspect addresses the practical challenges faced by SIDS in project development and implementation. By harmonizing procurement and streamlining project pipelines, the platform can reduce administrative burdens, increase efficiency, and potentially lower the cost for renewable energy projects and SIDS. We heard from my dear friend from World Bank in terms of their collaborative approach and partnership. We're so thankful again to the World Bank Group, and of course we are, I'm sure DG mentioned yesterday, we're open to more partners to work with on the SIDS platform. There's already a lot of partners who are working in the SIDS countries, and I'm in the Pacific region, I'm aware of, so we can all pull our resources together. And I mentioned it yesterday that we can no longer work in isolation, whether we're development partners or as countries. So the platform does really provide it is a platform, it provides a platform for us to come together and work together to meet our RE targets. I just want to just refer to, before I end, to what our DG has been saying from day one, and he is all about moving from ambition to action. And this platform really provides that for us to start thinking action and actually doing it. I was part of the Paris Agreement negotiations myself back in 2015. I remember working at 1 a.m. in the morning in the halls of, the negotiation rooms trying to get the Paris deal. But I couldn't agree with my dear friend from PNG who said that it's been 10 years from Paris. And this is really one of the platforms that would provide or does provide direction and hope for the SIDS in meeting our RE targets under the Paris Agreement. So I'd like to again thank everybody who has given their support yesterday and today, who's signed their support and the pledge. The honorable ministers, thank you so much. And also, we look forward to continuing the engagement. The pledge is the political commitment that we were able to get, but in terms of how do we operationalize, our DG has given us very strict timelines to meet. So we will work with the countries and the World Bank Group and other partners to make sure that we make this work for the benefit of our small island developing states and the globe at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandeep. I know your DG is a hard taskmaster, being testimony to that. While I have spent 10 years in Maldives, Sandeep, I think you have spent your whole life for Pacific Islands, so kudos to that, and bringing all the experience here to the SIDS platform. So yesterday and today we have been talking about technology risk, off-taker risk, but as a banker, I know what matters in the end is money. And on this table, the person who has the most money is my colleague Juliet. And it's a testimony that she is the one who has contributed the first fund to the SIDS platform. And that's the reason we are all here. But more importantly than money, Juliet has been leading probably the largest grant funds globally in SIDS Doc, and she brings immense experience of that leadership of SIDS Doc experience. So Juliet, please.
Thanks, Amit. And good morning, everyone. So I'll just talk about the SIDS Docs program, which has been initiated by the World Bank since 2011. So it shows how the SIDS issues have been at the forefront of the bank's work, especially ESMAP, for that long. And in 2011, we had donors from Japan and Denmark give us about $21.1 million for the SIDDOCS program. And this was to help to create an enabling environment for energy, to improve the enabling environment, whether it's legal, operational, institutional, to remove the barriers that the SIDS face in able to, have policy reforms that would be based on international experience. The other objective was to also implement projects in renewable energy and energy efficiency that had the potential to be scaled up through climate financing and other sources of funding. Through this project, to date, we have financed about 4 global activities and 25 country and regional activities. And we have been able to mobilize about $309 million, $167 million from the IDA, the World Bank IDA window, and about 142 from other sources. And this has been able to mobilize or generate some funding for, various activities that are beneficial to the SIDS. We have been able to attract funding from other donors like Canada, the UK FCDO, to support SIDS initiative. To date, we have, through the SIDDOCS program, gotten, projects that have generated about 98 megawatts of renewable energy, new renewable energy capacity, and about 75 megawatt hours of battery energy storage system capacity. So this is not something to be sneezed at. This has been very, very important. But as Amit has been talking about, and we've been talking a lot about, the need for capacity building, the need for preparing projects are very critical to the SIDS. So to date, we have been able to support countries like Belize, Cape Verde, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, and a lot of SIDS countries to prepare projects, to be able to do some assessments, whether it's power system planning, capacity building initiatives. Training has been very, very an important aspect of this SIDDOC program. An example is that in Belize and in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean countries, states, we've been able to help them to develop project procurement strategies for development. These are some of the things that are very useful to prepare most of the projects to be implemented in the right way. I know there's been a lot of talk about procurement, and this SIDS platform is going to be something that is going to, build upon all the experiences that have been generated through the various projects that we have supported, bring all the international experience together, and let countries be able to benefit from that experience. And I was pointing out to Amit this morning that from 2011, one of the components for this SIDDOC program was, if I can read, establishing a virtual technology center to test and pilot a sustainable and scalable working model for online collaboration that can be deployed across a virtual community of SIDS and energy practitioners. So way back 14 years ago, this SID platform seed had been sown, but it seems that the time is ripe now for this to happen, because we have done a lot of work, countries have different experiences, and the SIDS platform is going to be the new, the platform where all this knowledge will come together and be able to share with other SIDS countries. So this is very topical, this is very important, and we are very happy that we are able to support this platform going forward. And Amit, I know that there's a lot of work ahead of us. I will say us because we are in this with you together, and we are willing to go the whole way with you on this platform. So I will stop here, Amit, and I know money talks, but we will find a way to get this to work, because a vision that was started 14 years ago is now coming into realization through the hard work of ISA, and we are really, really happy to be part of this. So thank you, Amit. Thank you, colleagues.
Juliet, thank you very much. So Juliet and I are both left with 20 years of service in World Bank, and we both have decided to work only on islands, just for the moral perspective, nothing to do with the beauty or beach behind these islands. And also, Juliet, SIDS doc is closing in December, and I could not think of a better closure than the launch of SIDS platform over here as a success of the SIDS doc program. But Juliet also, she said when she was giving funds to the SIDS platform that there are no free lunches. I'll give you the money, but you'll have to give me a trip to the beautiful island Sri Lanka. And when she gave funds from Maldives last year, I still have to fulfill the promise of bringing to Maldives, but it's coming, Juliet. Don't worry about that. Yeah. To now going to the last speaker. So when you go to a battle, you save your best weapon for the last. That's why I have requested Dr. Ajit to be the last speaker, because he's going to show us a dream of solar ferries. This is what we think of future. It was mentioned by several ministers during our bilaterals that they want to look at marine transport and how solar ferries could work. So Dr. Ajit will show us about his work in Pacific Island and solar ferries.
Thank you, Amit. So good morning. So firstly, thank you, Vaisa, for allowing me to be a part of this distinguished panel. So this presentation will be revolving around the assessment of deployment of solar ferries in the Pacific Island. This is a study which is currently going on at TERI. It is supported by ISA, and it is technical partner is NAVALT, which is based in Kochi, India. We express thanks to both of these organizations. The objective is to prove the financial as well as the technical viability of using solar ferries in the Pacific Island with a special focus on Fiji and PNG Islands. All right. So we have been discussing since yesterday that these SIDS islands, these are small land masses dispersed in water, and the transport is usually through water only. So, these have to depend. We have to depend on the essential services like healthcare, education. This transport is through water only, and tourism, inter-island connectivity. This is through water, and we have seen that the most of this transport is diesel powered. And so the diesel-powered the ferries, they contribute to about 2% of the total global emissions. So this is the global number, but if we talk about any specific country, let's take about Fiji. So they transport the emissions from the diesel-powered ferries will be about 10 to 15% of their total emissions, which is huge. And apart from that, this also puts them, these small countries have to spend about 15 to 30% of their GDP on the fossil fuel import. So this puts them at the verge of their energy insecurity, and yeah, the font is little small. Let's put on the energy security, right? So sorry. Right. So it becomes very essential to decarbonize the transport sector, and for that we are proposing the use of solar ferries in these islands. So this has already been discussed in the previous session. Karan was there, but I would just like to highlight the energy access in the Fiji is 98%. In the PNG, it is just 13%. So both Fiji and PNG islands lie at the opposite ends of the spectrum. This gets reflected into their RE policies as well, but the challenges of both the countries remain same. The aging infrastructure, environmental vulnerability, funding constraints, and operational challenges, they remain the same. So for assessing the viability of using solar ferries, we did a lot of technical analysis, as in we analyzed the cost, we analyzed the GHI emissions, GHI radiation, and we analyzed the maps, the connectivity, what distance, what is the frequency of ferries in the islands, what distance they are taking, and on the basis of these, we have compiled a few findings. So number one, generally these ferries travel a distance of about only 100 kilometers in a day, which is categorized as short to medium distance. Point number two, the short to medium distance is this distance of 100 kilometers is very much apt for using solar ferries, considering the constraints of batteries and the charging station which is currently available. Point number 3, Fiji has got abundant sunshine. There is no dearth of sunshine there, which makes it very apt for using solar ferries. Point number 4, the shorter route often involves smaller ports and terminals, which are easier and more cost-effective to equip with solar energy infrastructure. Point number 5, short routes offer a practical, low-risk launchpad for launching solar ferries implementation across Fiji's maritime. So in this, we have done a comparison of total cost of ownership of a ferry, which is meant for about 100 passengers. We have done an analysis of traditional diesel-powered ferries along with electrical retrofitting, solar electric retrofit, GRP diesel, GRP solar electric, AC GRP diesel, AC electric, as well as the solar AC solar electric FLP. So the factors that we have taken into consideration is CAPEX, OPEX, battery replacement cost, and we have done the analysis for about 20 years. So on the graph on the right-hand side, you can see that the total cost of ownership of, it involves the cost of the diesel-powered ferries, electric retrofit, and solar electric retrofit, and super efficient solar. So you may see that the initial cost of the diesel-powered ferries is smaller compared to super efficient solar, but as the time grows, if we compare the period for 20 years, the total cost of ownership of a solar ferry is quite small. It is as small as 50% of the total cost of ownership of a diesel-powered ferry. So the conclusion is that the solar electric new GRP design offers the lowest total cost of ownership and fastest payback period, which could be as small as 5 years. Retrofitting traditional boats is not financially optimal due to higher battery costs, since you have to maintain the ICE-powered engine as well as the high-powered, we have to install the batteries as well. And air-conditioned solar ferries beat even the efficient diesel and LTO-based electronics in the life cycle costs. Finally, apart from that, we have also done some analysis on the business and the financial models. We noted that there are 3 models of business in these islands: the state-owned and operated, public-private partnership, and the private sector-led. Private sector is generally dominating in these islands. What we are proposing is a mix of a flexible and a mixed financial model, where the contributions come from the government as well as the private entities. We also advocate for the subsidies for private operators adopting green technologies, as well as grants and funding mechanisms that address the unique challenges of renewables energy applications. So what we have proposed is that the total funding could come from national government as well as from the local government. The local government could be further, come from the municipal corporation as well as the private bodies. And the contribution could be based on the project proposal and the business case evaluation, the revenue potential, as well as the social economic factors. Apart from that, in order to operationalize this, we'll need a strong institutional framework. We will need Solar Ferry Council for implementation of this plan. We will need a technical committee for setting up these standards, and financial committee for managing the subsidies and financial incentives, and finally a regulatory committee for maintaining order and fair competition in the market. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajit, for your intervention on solar ferries. With this, I have got multiple reminders from Karan to close the session. We are running very, very late. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Aibovan, Vanakkam. A very good morning to each one of you present here. I would like to share that there would be no break in between sessions because we are overrunning or overshooting time. So I would request you all to be seated, and the coffee would be served at your table. And without taking much time, I would request all our speakers for the next session on partnering for progress, integrated institutional strengthening in action, to please come near the podium. Thank you. So once again, I would like to welcome you all to what I would like to call a session of institution builders, session of this RCM, Partnering for Progress, Integrated Institutional Strengthening in Action. We are gathered here not just to talk about trainings and solar targets, but to reflect on something deeper. How we, together with ISA, build institutions that carry solar transformation forward for decades to come. From Bhutan to Cuba, Senegal to Kiribati, we have seen how solar training programs have become national priorities. And now we ask, how do we take this to the next level? What does it mean for us to go from training to ultimately the transformation? And this 90-minute session is going to be about that. So now we turn to a country that is showing the world what small islands can do with big solar ambitions. Please welcome Honorable Minister, Mr. Tekua Tarati, Minister for Infrastructure and Sustainable Energy, Republic of Kiribati, for his special remarks. Sir, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And before I proceed, let me convey our heartfelt appreciation for this opportunity to have a privilege to deliver a few remarks on the progress of our government towards this platform. Well, dear Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kamnapanamari, and good morning, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to address you today on the transformative initiative that holds great significance for the future of Kiribati, the establishment of the Solar Technology Application Resource Center, as we call it in short, STARC. This initiative marks a pivotal step forward in our national journey toward a sustainable and resilient energy future. The STARC, established through the support of the HISA, represents far more than just a fiscal facility. It stands as a symbol of progress and a beacon of hope, a testament to our collective commitment to accelerating the adoption of solar energy in Kiribati and throughout the Pacific region. Strategically located at the Kiribati Institute of Technology, our only institution in Kiribati, the STARC plays a central role in our national effort to build and strengthen local capacity in the renewable energy sector, with a particular focus on solar energy. It serves as a critical platform for equipping our people with the knowledge, skills, and tools necessary to drive sustainable energy transformation across our islands. The center focused on 4 essential pillars: the capacity building, testing and standardization, knowledge management, and innovation incubation. These functions are very critical in supporting our energy access, transformation, and security goals, especially as Kiribati remains heavily dependent on imported fossil fuel, which accounts for approximately 80% of our energy mix, while solar contributes only about 15 or less percentage. This dependence challenges our energy security and economic resilience. As for your information, early this year, we have increased our electricity tariff to more than 50% as to meet the increasing cost of diesel fuel. STARC became operational in 2024. We have already achieved significant milestones. Notably, a training program was conducted for 80 local technicians, equipping them with practical knowledge in solar rooftop and mini-grid systems. The center now hosts equipment, including photovoltaic systems, battery storage, inverters, simulators, and quality testing tools, creating meaningful hands-on learning experiences that bridge the gap between technical education and workforce readiness. While we acknowledge the significant value made through the STARSI initiative, we like to take this opportunity to reflect on several key lessons and challenges encountered as we think it can help the implementation of STARSI. As I always said in my remarks, there's always room to improve. The first issue we need to address focus on theological content with fewer opportunities for practical hands-on learning. We believe that enhancing the practical component will further strengthen participant technical skills and vocational confidence. Secondly, our training equipment limitation. While we appreciate the equipment provided, some of it may not have been fully suited to the specific needs of vocational training. Addressing these could help improve the overall effectiveness and the adaptability of the hands-on sessions. The third issue is the standard of STARSI system installation. As we kindly note that some aspect of the system installations did not fully align with the Australian and New Zealand standard, ASNZ technical standard, which Kiribati follows, like our Pacific brothers, follows to uphold safety, reliability, and long-term sustainability. We see this as an important area for corrective attention and improvement to ensure all installations meet the required benchmark. These experiences have provided us with valuable lessons. We are fully committed to applying this insight, ensuring that such challenges are not repeated in future STARSI implementation, whether in Kiribati or in other part of the ISA member countries. In response to the important lessons learned and the challenges we have encountered, Kiribati respectively offers the following recommendations to strengthen the effectiveness and long-term impact of the STARSI initiative. First and foremost, we call for the strengthening of regional and international partnership. Greater cooperations with technical institutions and development partners is very essential. This will help ensure that systems and training programs meet regional standards, improve technical compliance, and enhance training methodologies. Furthermore, such as partnerships can provide valuable mentorship opportunities for our local instructors, contributing to sustain local capacity. Secondly, we recommend a strategic focus on upgrading the infrastructure and training resources. We urge a comprehensive review of existing STARSI facilities to ensure they align with vocational training standards. These include investing in modular training specific photovoltaic systems, improving safety protocols, and aligning training secular curriculum with the recognized international certifications. These steps are vital to ensure our trainees are equipped with the skills and knowledge needed for real-world application. By addressing these areas, we believe the STARSI initiative can achieve greater impact, not only in Kiribati, but across all ISA members countries where it is implemented. Looking ahead, STARSI has the potential to expand its coverage to include daily training in utility-scale PV, solar home systems, and energy efficiency. It will serve as a hub of knowledge, a center for innovation, and a platform for promoting quality assurance in solar technologies, in alignment with international standards. Importantly, STARSI will empower our local communities, especially those in Outer Islands, by creating jobs, enhancing energy access, and supporting sustainable livelihood. With sustained commitment and close cooperation, the STARSI initiative holds significant potential to engage with the Global Capability Center, GCC, in addressing capacity and experience gaps. This cooperation can play a pivotal role in supporting Kiribati's transition towards a clean, affordable, reliable, and inclusive energy future. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to the ISA and our development partners for their unwavering support. Together, let us harness the power of the sun to build a brighter, more resilient future for Kiribati and beyond. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We acknowledge your remarks, and your leadership sets a powerful example for Pacific region and beyond, and it sets a vision for different functions of STAR-C that we emphasize on, including standards, reliability, and testing. Thank you. We understand that you have a commitment to attend to. Please feel free to leave at any moment convenient.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, represent one of the first countries to implement a STAR Center in the Asia-Pacific region. Please welcome Mr. Karma P. Dorji, Director General, Department of Energy, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Royal Government of Bhutan, for his reflections and remarks.
Thank you very much. It's just about a time to have lunch at some point. So I just don't want to keep in between from now till lunch. Briefly, of course, at the outset, I would like to join my predecessors, the speakers, in thanking the ISA and then also the DG ISA for giving us this opportunity. It's indeed an honor and a great pleasure for me to share our experience as one of the early adopters of the STAR-C model under the visionary leadership of ISA. Our journey with the STAR-C began in earnest following our selection as one of the 3 focus countries in the 5th ISA General Assembly, which was held in October 2022. At the time, the solar energy was relatively nascent sector in our Bhutan, full of promises, yet in need of targeted support, particularly in the areas of technical capacity, innovations, and institutional readiness. With the onset of signing the Memorandum of Understanding between our ministry and the College of Science and Technology and the ISA in April 2024, STAR-C model provided a timely and strategic responses to overcome these challenges. Since the establishment of the phases has begun, STAR-C has already trained 42 electrical professionals through 2 batches from diverse institutions across our country. These professionals, ranging from utility engineers to local service providers, are now fully equipped with the hands-on knowledge in designing, managing solar mini-grid systems. The training, indeed, was delivered jointly with the NTPC School of Business that has created a new cadre of training, national trainers and technical leaders who will be the key to scaling up the solar deployment in the country. We find that STAR-C is not merely a training venue. It serves as a demonstration hub with over 32 kilowatts of solar rooftops, solar water heating system, the DC lighting, the water pumping systems. The center allows learners to interact with the real-time technologies in a controlled environment. The integration of a hybrid and off-grid system showcases innovations tailored to Bhutan's mountainous terrain and decentralized communities. We are particularly proud of the 5-kilowatt hybrid prototype system that powers the center itself, symbolizing the energy self-sufficiency and inspiring students and practitioners alike. We see STAR-C not just as a national asset, but as a regional platform. The collaboration with the ISA and NTPC School of Business reflects our strong commitment to South-South cooperation. As agreed in the MOU, we are now exploring to upgrade the STAR-C into a testing and certification facility, a critical next step in supporting the local industry, ensuring quality standards, and opening pathways for cross-border collaboration. CST, the College of Science and Technology, is also exploring funding opportunities to establish 200 to 500 kilowatts of solar mini-grid on campus to enhance the training in grid integration, promote the prosumer models, and demonstrate practical sustainability. As we prepare for official launch of the StarC in this October, StarC Bhutan is ready to begin a series of capacity building training sessions. Our long-term goal is to develop StarC into a testing and certification center for our solar products that are entering into Bhutan and the region. We look forward to continued expedited support from the ISA to help us realize this broader sort of vision. We remain committed to deepening this partnership. We recognize that the success will depend on continued support, strong local ownership, partnerships with the knowledge networks, development partners, and the private sector. In closing, StarC has already begun to transform Bhutan's solar ecosystem from capacity development to applied innovation. It is our hope that this model, grounded in the partnership tailored to national needs, can inspire other member countries to localize and lead their own clean energy transitions. And to the fellow ISM member countries, we offer this reflection. The StarC model is not just about setting our training infrastructure. It is about cultivating a culture of solar excellence, rooted in knowledge, shaped by local context, propelled by regional solidarity. Let us continue to learn from one another, innovate together, collectively harness the power of the sun to illuminate a sustainable future for all. Once again, on behalf of the government, I convey our deep appreciations to ISA for its unwavering support and reaffirm our commitment to the collective goals of energy access, sustainability, and resilience. Tashidale, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorji. Thank you for those real-world insights from the Himalayas and for reminding us the transformation begins with trust in local institutions and regional collaborations. We look forward to doing more trainings and capacity building programs starting October in Bhutan. Thank you. And before we move ahead, I would like to share more about ISA's flagship initiative, StarC program, which, as you all know, is Solar Technology Application and Resource Center. Basically, the idea is to share where we are, what we have learned from our journey, and what's next for us as we shape a bold new chapter for ISA's Star Center network and its vision for sustainable capacity building as outlined by DG yesterday. I would like to start with a video.
Amid a world grappling with inequality, unrest, and environmental crises, solar energy emerges as the most abundant and democratic solution. Yet, the energy transition needs more than panels and policies. It demands people. People with skills, with knowledge, with hope.
The StarC training program helped me gain new technical skills, how to design, installation, and operate these systems, and how they can support rural and off-grid communities.
I already established my own company after I started this training.
I also recommend this program to those around me that they need to reduce their electricity bill.
The training helps us to collaborate, especially for the private sector and the government-owned sectors, because there is a gap.
In our organization, if there is no power supply, we use DG. After this training, what I learned is, in case of DG, we use the solar mini-grid as our backup power.
I believe StarC will benefit the community by giving awareness. It will give additional working space for the professionals.
The International Solar Alliance is a coalition of ambition, bringing nations together to light up the world with clean energy. StarC is our answer to both. StarC are hubs of expertise, training, and transformation. StarCs are not just training individuals, they are building ecosystems, connecting knowledge, jobs, and opportunity. With StarC, we're finding the way. Together, the first star centers are now shining in. Bangladesh, Cuba, Ethiopia, Kiribati, Somalia, Bhutan, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Ghana. Star centers help nations raise professional standards, create a skilled solar workforce, integrate solar into development, and build strong information systems. But StarC changes the narrative, making solar a solution for everyone. ISA's latest offering, the Global Capability Center GCC, will take the StarCs to the next level, build an ecosystem to connect knowledge, jobs, and opportunity.
The Global Capability Center for Solar, or GCC, based out of India. It is not just a center, this is a global hub for solar excellence. A hub connecting national centers of excellence that we call StarCs, and an ecosystem for fostering innovation, capacity building, and global cooperation. Together, through the Solar GCC, the sun will rise for all.
With the support of Europe and global partners, StarC is scaling up. And that's the point. With StarC, the power to change the world is no longer a dream. It's a plan in motion. The future of clean energy is about more than electrons. StarC is not just powering homes. It is empowering lives.
Thank you. So this video presents a gist of what our StarC program is about. And as you know, that the problem is that renewable energy sector created 16.2 million jobs, and solar alone accounts for 7.2 million. But the challenge, as we are all addressing here, is that we don't have enough trained people, especially in the global south. And these projected jobs are going to triple in next 5 years. And that's where StarC comes in, to take the challenge head on and bridge the gap in solar employment as well as deployment. And StarC is built around these 4 functions, which are hands-on training for real jobs, entrepreneurship and innovation, testing and standardization, as various dignitaries highlighted in their remarks, knowledge management and institutional strengthening through knowledge products and data. And the momentum for that is real. As you would have seen, we have 10 star centers operational with 7 more in the pipeline. And the newest one is going to be in our host country of Sri Lanka. 12 member countries have expressed their formal expression of interest for opening new star centers in their countries. And our target is 50 centers by 2030. But success at this scale demands more than numbers. It requires coherence, quality, and sustainability. And through all of this, we've also learned a few hard truths. The program has been managed differently across the countries, creating inconsistency. There is a risk of fragmented strategies as the network expands and we move all over the globe. And importantly, how do we sustain these star centers beyond the initial 2-year period and support? So the answer lies in enabling each star center to attract trainees, generate income, and stay relevant in the rapidly changing energy market. So we are working closely with UNIDO to strengthen and harmonize the StarC program under one shared framework. Our roadmap includes unified program governance supported by our donors and aligned with national priorities through CPS. Concrete business plans so each star center becomes locally led and financially resilient. We plan to strengthen the community of practice with support from NPTI India, via StarC's director training programs. A training of Train the Trainers Master's Program is also being planned along with certification from INES France and IIT Delhi, India. Hence, stronger linkages between policy, skills, and enterprise development is our goal. And as per ISA's vision shared by DG yesterday, the next big step is Global Capability Center. To anchor this network and support its long-term growth, we are now establishing the Global Capability Center housed in India. Think of this as the engine room for the StarC network. GCC will provide an international center of excellence, AI-powered platforms for e-learning, e-marketplace, e-procurement, and other digital services, innovation accelerator and business incubators, and technical support and advisory services through this network. And most importantly, it will help build a connected StarC business model that generated and will generate shared values across all member countries. Our action plan from foundation to global ecosystem has vision of next 3 years, and we plan to launch this GCC network at COP 2028. So as we move forward, we are not just expanding a training network, we are co-creating a transformative model for green jobs, local innovation, and institutional self-reliance. So today, I invite you all, our honorable ministers and our esteemed partners and dignitaries present here, to join us in co-designing the integrated model for StarC and GCC. Help us in shaping the institutional governance, partnerships, and financing structures, and ensure that this model truly addresses the challenges like skill shortages, policy fragmentation, and enterprise development gaps. So the StarC network is not just ISA's project, it is our collective opportunity to create a future-ready workforce, strengthen our institutions, and make sure solar transformation leaves no one behind. And those of you who know me, I have a penchant for writing. And here's a short poem that I composed on StarCs. So, from Kiribati shores to Bhutan's hills, StarCs awaken solar skills. In Sri Lanka, a new light grows, while Ethiopia's sun steadily flows. In Fiji, PNG, and Manatu, hands-on training builds what's new. Led by nations bold and free, StarCs power ISA's legacy. Let's make this network sustainable, scalable, and successful together. Thank you. So now we will get to the heart of today's session, the panel discussion. And our theme is From Training to Transformation, Institutional Perspectives and Future Roadmaps. We have an exceptional group of panelists from academia, industry, development cooperation, and grassroots institutions. So can I please request all our speakers or our online speakers joining us to be displayed here? Yes. Thank you, everyone, for joining. So our panelists for today's session are Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, India; Ms. Geraldine Hussenot, Institut National d'Énergie Solaire, INES, France; Dr. Andrea Eras Alejandra Unido; Dr. Tripta Thakur, Director General, National Power Training Institute, India; Mr. Subhranshu Patnaik, Partner and GNPS Industry Leader, Deloitte, India; Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General, the Energy Resource Institute, Dr. Manuja Gunawardhana, Senior Lecturer, Department of Electrical Engineering, University of Moratuva, Ms. Rihana Riawala, Self-Employed Women's Association. So I will try to keep this session interactive, and I would encourage all speakers to respond not just to my questions, but to each other as well. And in the interest of time, I would request you to limit your remarks under 4 minutes. So let's get to the point. So we have all seen great training programs that produces certificates, but don't always lead to jobs, startups, or real-world impact. So today, we ask this question: how do we transform training into something bigger? Something that builds institutions, drives innovation, and includes everyone. We will all hear stories from the ground and visions from the future. And we will start exactly where the transformation begins, on ground, Sri Lanka. So Professor Manuja, Dr. Manuja, you're leading one of the ISA's newest star Cs. And we would like to know what is your vision on how Sri Lanka's center will move beyond training into innovation, enterprise, and real-world change.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, and Dr. Caroline for the introduction. Well, actually, in the case of the industry, it's almost a necessity, a mere necessity that relevant training is required. Now, typically when I teach generation technologies to my students, I ask them to compare each technology with your own car. So they will basically map the power plant to the engine of the car, which would determine how fast you can go, and the fuel tank of your car to the storage, which will determine how long you can go. And when you arrive at solar technology, you have an engine, but storage is a question at the moment. Additionally, the fuel supply to that engine, it's not really at our control. It's very dynamic, fluctuates very fast. So the engine should be able to handle that. So to operate that kind of industry, and to say that even though we see the challenges in the solar side, it remains to be the most promising source of energy for us in the future, because hydro potentials keep saturating worldwide. Other resources, conventional resources, they keep depleting. So solar is the most promising option that we have. But to maintain, operate, and harvest solar energy, you can't do it without precise planning, precise technology, precise control, and precise human resource usage. So in addition to that, other than the technical community, now with the solar, in our conventional system, we had consumers. But now they are converting into what we call prosumers, who would generate at their own homes. So it's like almost all households now have their own power plants at home. So you can't operate this kind of a system without proper training and proper update of knowledge. So if someone asks me what is the most optimum control technique, it keeps evaluating very rapidly. If someone asks me what is the best inverter technology, it keeps evaluating very rapidly. Then what about the planning and the national level say guidelines, rules? Grid codes, they keep evaluating very rapidly in order to accommodate for the dynamic nature, mainly from the renewables. So training, dissipation of the newly found knowledge to the technical community as well as the public is absolutely essential. On the other hand, now we are working on developing that fuel tank that I talk about for solar. We are also developing ways to tackle the intermittent nature of solar from the engine side that I talked about. So research and development is the other factor. Now, you might all agree with me that a university from conventional degree programs cannot cater this situation. That is exactly where centers like STARSEE centers will come into the picture. The university from our side will have the human resource and the expertise, but of course, we need a big support, which we are thankful for receiving, in order to basically maintain both sides, the development side as well as training, testing, and certifying the industry side. So that would be my insights onto your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manoja, for sharing Sri Lanka's story and setting the tone on how you view the vision for a STARSEE Center. Now let's zoom out to see what global best practices and national legacies can teach us. I will go to Professor Rangan from IIT Delhi. And building on what Dr. Manoja mentioned, so we are considering evolving energy landscape. And in your experience, what role do you think the interdisciplinary approaches, for example, combining solar energy with data science, social sciences, and financial modeling, play in preparing a workforce that can drive comprehensive solar transformation? And how can a STAR Center embed this in their offering?
Thank you, Gurleen. I think, when we talk about any technology, when we talk about solar technology is interfaced with people's lives. And so we are looking at, it's not just the technology, it's the economics, it's the social acceptability. As we look at nations going and making the transition to net zero, we need to understand the impact of the technology on the overall system, because every energy system is a socio-technical system. So when we train people, there are different levels at which we do the training. One is we are training a technician to be able to assemble a solar PV plant. We are also training someone who's looking at operating the entire system to see that there is reliability. So as a STAR Center, we need to be also looking at the overall impact of, we were talking of from training to transformation. So we are transforming our nations. We are also creating employment. We are trying to enable innovation. So it means that we must have a perspective in terms of comparison of the technologies in economics, looking at sustainability impacts, also seeing what is the nature of jobs, and then having laboratories and hands-on facilities so there are different skill sets which we can provide. And we at IIT Delhi have been fortunate to be partnering with ISA in running a very specialized program as an MTech in renewable energy and management, where these are post-experienced people, 20 people from 20 different countries, and all working, getting experience, getting a year of classroom, then going back to their organization, making a plan for the country. So I think overall, we need to be able to look at training also in the perspective of overall national goals as well as employment creation. And in this regard, we are happy to partner with ISA and with all of you to see how we can enable and support capacity building, provide modules for training the trainers, also give hands-on experience, and then look at research and innovation. Because finally, at the cutting edge, it's about ideas and making those ideas, giving innovative products so that we create businesses and we create development and markets and employment. So I think it is the theme is not just training, but it's transforming the nations and providing opportunities for innovative businesses and employment for our populations.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee, for your remarks. Dr. Thakur, the next question would be for you. So 50 years ago, NPTI started as a capacity building initiative, much like what ISA Star C centers aim to be today. So what were some early hurdles or challenges that you faced in becoming a self-sustaining institution? And how did government engagement shape that journey?
Thank you so much, Gurleen. Good morning to all of you. I'm really honored to contribute to this small, very important dialogues on the shift from training to transformation. I really love this word, training to transformation. And as Gurleen mentioned, I belong to National Power Training Institute, which is apex body for training and capacity building. Yes, there was a lot of hurdle. At the time of COVID, there was a lot of hurdle because training was not physical training. So we started thinking to develop the online platform, our own LMS, to cater the need of the people at that very difficult time. So that has really helped me. Secondly, somehow the skilling is very, very important target of Government of India right now. So only problem, as mentioned by earlier speaker also, that whatever we are providing training, we are unable to provide the employment. So if we focus on employment-based training, that is again a transformation. So that we did in NPTI. We have a lot of discussion with the industry because industry is looking forward for skilled manpower. They are not getting skilled manpower. And our academia is somehow lacking for providing training, which is the demand of the industry. So I have designed the curriculum based on the discussions with the industry, what kind of people, what kind of skill they need. And that's why we have converted the training program and we become profitable in this sense and started contributing toward the progress of the energy sector in India. Now everybody is knowing that we are in the phase of transformation in terms of energy transition. And in this energy transition, because of the globalization, because of all other global issues, environmental concern, energy security, how important is the role of International Solar Alliance? And that too, I am so happy to see that they are planning even for the Global Center for Excellence, which will cater the need for all those and can provide hand-holding to the Star C. And Star C itself is going to help a lot for the transformation because Star C, as I can see from the presentation with the discussions, that they are going beyond conventional training. And that is the need of our. And NPTI is really capable for doing. We are very much involved with the PM Suryaghar Muft Bijli Yojana. And we are actually providing training to the people who can be a trainer, who can be also in future can install the solar sets and maintenance purpose. So we are starting from the grassroots level to the highest level with creating awareness and discussing what are the hurdles DISCOM people are facing. As already mentioned by the professor from Sri Lanka, that consumer has become prosumer. So there are a lot of issues even for the DISCOMs. They are unable to understand. So it is so important to bring DISCOM engineer also in line with what is the mission for solar in future. So I am really very hopeful that this Star C Center with lot of institutional commitment and capability can evolve like a training provider and become a transformational partner. I am very happy to be associated with INSA. And of course, it is really challenging to make any institute self-sustainable. But this is not difficult also, which I have felt in NPTI. And we are running right now in profit because we have aligned our objective with the ministry, with the government, and with the industry. So if we will take care of all these stakeholders, I'm very sure that this Star C Center will become one day the self-sustainable and they will become the hub for technology, innovation. And I'm really happy to be associated with INSA and Star C Center. Thank you so much.
thank you, Dr. Tripta. You've given us a nice segue when we are talking about bringing the industry and DISCOM voices together and actually bridging the gap between the skills of the students and the requirement of the times. So this will move us to the next question, which is for Ms. Husseinot, who's from INES France. So INES has high standards for field-based trainings. And Antoine, who I can also see, I've attended one of his PV-SYS trainings when I was at Total on floating PV systems. So I would want to know from both of you, what are the most effective ways to replicate real-world learnings, especially in places where internships or hands-on exposure may be limited? Geraldine, we are not able to hear you. Can you please turn on your microphone?
Thank you for having us. As I was saying, it's really like the heart of our mission to try to develop hands-on training and field immersion. And who would be the best person to talk about it? Probably my colleague, Antoine Dizier, who is an expert and a trainer in solar energy technologies and installations.
Yes, thank you. I agree with all my predecessors when it comes to the difficulty of training the trainees while dealing with the industry needs. Sometimes the academic world is far from the needs of the real industry. And the strategies we try to do at INES, first, we can talk about the tools that we are using. Of course, we try to develop technical platforms that can be useful for the trainees. And when I'm talking about technical platform, it's not a perfectly working technical platform, but it's also a platform where you can have a lot of defaults that you can find on the in-field world. It's also very important that you are using state-of-the-art materials, new modules, new inverters, because it moves very quickly. And 3 years ago, we have many different types of modules. So try to keep the state-of-the-art materials. And maybe lastly, to make the trainees at ease with using the expertise materials like infrared cameras, multimeters, etc., that we will try to that they will see on the ground. And then, secondly, we tried to implement some learning strategies also. Most of our trainings are based on the project-based trainings, where the trainees are working in groups, dealing with a problem, a project, and they have several days to design, to develop the project in groups. And it's not, let's say, standard training where the trainers is giving all the support, like a bottom-down approach. And it's very crucial that they are at ease with working in groups, because they will work in groups in the industry sector as well. In each of our training, what we have noticed also is it is very nice to have a project that the trainees will follow several days. Where you give some theoretical content, then you try to apply this content to a very precise project. When we are talking about solar resource, for instance, you're giving some inputs about solar resource, and then you apply it on a concrete project. And then maybe lastly, what we think it's very crucial also is that the trainers of solar programs have also experiences from the industries. They know how to deal with a project. They know what are the planning processes, the way we use technology, the way we design on the field, and also not focus only about design, because design is very important. But now, in the story of solar energy in the world, we are in the chapter of maintaining the system, and it's also a very crucial part that the trainees can maintain properly the PV systems.
Thank you. I've had the privilege, as I mentioned, of attending one of your PVSys trainings and while I was in France for floating PV, and I think it was a great workshop. And all the things that you mentioned for bringing trainers together and also focusing on bridging the gap between industry, because you get industrial trainers so they know the requirements of the industry. I want to understand from you, how do you take that training, these simulation tools, to the underserved regions of the world? Because you've had, and you've also run training programs not only in France, but in several parts of the globe. So how do you do that?
Yes, I had the opportunity to do trainings, for instance, in Senegal or in Kenya as well. Part of another StarSea program with UNIDO in 2019, I think. And well, for digital tools, it's not so difficult. You just need to give some license of the digital tools to the students, and you don't need a huge technical platform with all the materials, etc. But you can do very concrete trainings with very few materials as well. And we also have at INES some little box that can be taken from all our training in the world. And in this box, we can manage to take it through a plane or through a train or through a car. We can put it inside some small modules, some expertise materials that are that can be used after by the trainees in other countries.
Thank you. Professor Banerjee, following up on this, because you also design programs for students across the globe, and as you've mentioned previously, also that you're designing for mid-career fellows of ISA, which come from most remotest corners of the world for training in renewable energy technologies and management at IIT Delhi. How do you ensure, or how do you programs at IIT Delhi or trainers ensure that you provide students with ability to stay practical and still have hands-on training, particularly for solar integration in their home countries?
So, the two things that we do, one is that when we will teach in the classroom the theory, we'll show them what happens in the lab, and we get them to then do their assignments and their workshops. The assignments and projects are related to taking these concepts and these hands-on sessions to look at applications within their country. So that linkage, and then the class also learns from the multiple experiences of the cohort. So I think it's a combination of, it's not just about classroom, it's about classroom, hands-on examples, and then seeing that we make the link in terms of the application. So that is the way in which these training sessions are structured.
Thank you. As we say that training is only as impactful as the ecosystem it lives in. And now let's turn on to how we can build sustainable and scalable models around that. And for that, I would like to put my next question to Mr. Patnaik, who's a GCC expert. So, Mr. Patnaik, as we have mentioned, Star C centers need strong bones, which means we need to be sustainable and be adaptable and have models around that. So, what elements in your experience we can use from GCC model to make Star Cs globally competitive yet locally grounded?
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Kaur, for having me and for the question. Yeah, so let's try and see what GCCs have done in the corporate world and draw some parallels there. The whole concept of GCCs or shared services centers as it began is probably about 2 decades old now. But the early part of that journey, and a lot of it obviously happened in India, given the services focus in India, was around standardization, was around compliance, and of course a lot of emphasis on cost optimization. Right, that is what was driving the first wave of GCCs. So a lot of it was cost arbitrage, standardization of cost processes, which could be centralized, removing duplications, suboptimal process being served in each and every spoke elements, bringing it back to a node, and so on and so forth. So that was the first wave. What companies quickly discovered was, once they started centralizing some of the aspects of processes, it led to enhanced degree of standardization. It led to enhanced degree of knowledge management, adaptability or imparting training, which is high impact training for personnel, being able to do data localizations, also data centralization, and that leads to a lot of innovations that you can drive from a analytics standpoint and what insights you get from for decision making. And now we are moving to a phase, which is the last 5 years or so, where you see a lot of centers of excellence being built around specific areas, whether it is to do with R&D or knowledge management or the whole area of digital transformation, which can be driven out of a specific location, given all the insights that you're deriving out of a GCC. And so you see a lot of COEs coming on the back of GCCs, whether it is for digital transformation, R&D, as I said, process bionics. So a lot of process elements and continuous process improvements being driven out of these GCCs. So drawing parallel from that, a Star C, the way ISA has approached it, is an excellent model of providing the same degree of experience across local, territories, right? For the governments, co-located with the government, and providing standardized models of approach that is globally the best practice. You, of course, have your partner organizations who are providing that background support. But it is now probably worth considering, given the number of Star Cs that's getting set up now, to see how you can further improve on this process by, one, driving standardizations from a centralized node, so enhanced degree of standardization for training, testing, certifications, designing, all the best practices that can then be driven at scale across the across all the nodes. The second, of course, is with regards to how well you can start to innovate, right? That is something that will be the next wave, given that there are areas of digital transformation. I think you covered that well in your presentation. Digital transformation is not easy to drive at these specific nodes. It is something that you can drive when an ecosystem exists, right? And that's probably better attempted at a central node rather than a central hub rather than at the nodes. And so therefore that is something that you can start to look at. Knowledge management, clearly something where you can drive partnership at scale with various organizations Ines is on the panel, IIT Delhi is on the panel, so NPTI. So you have all these partner organizations, some of the best in the world. How do you build that at a centralized location and then make that experience seamless and leverageable, I would say, if you can use that word, across all the nodes, right? So these are elements that you can start to look at from a GCC model, very much in existence in the commercial world, where clearly a lot of companies have moved to this. Almost 2,000 odd large GCCs already operate out of India. And so therefore there is a lot of experience that you can draw from that model already. But it is an excellent move, and I think well thought through. We should congratulate ISA on that. So Gulin, I'll stop here. If there are any follow-through, is happy to take that.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. And I would also like to know that, in your opinion, what frameworks should we use to measure transformation? Not just the training outputs, but long-term capability and institutional resilience for the programs that we're developing.
Yeah, see, one of the things, of course, I mean, those will be linked to your own KPIs that you have for StarC, which is clearly one of them is on the output side with regards to not just training, but employability and then deployment of systems on the ground. So how effectively the GCC contributes to that, which are the elements, is a matter of design. You'll have to see which elements you leave at the nodes and which elements lend themselves well to centralization or shared services kind of framework to drive. So that is a matter of design. But I think I'll bring back one fundamental factor, which is, the thing that you have to look forward is net new capabilities that you start to develop within the GCC, which is what kinds of futuristic elements that you build into the GCC, whether it is with regards to, let's say, digital elements of transformation, the whole availability of deep technologies which you can seed and provide as a platform to nodes. Simple elements like systems that governments can use, for instance, for reverse auctions or for designs which are plug and play elements of softwares that you can provide. These are elements, smaller elements that you can start to look at for centralization. But at its deeper end, once data starts to flow in, you can start to look at much bigger elements of elements of transformation also. So for instance, on analytics, and if you have data across the globe with regards to the solar installation and what are the performance standards or performance outputs of installations, you have a lot of information for really for innovating and driving the next set of reforms. So a lot of ideas will start to come through once you start to look at centralized means of data being gathered at one place and continuous improvement on that. So you'll have to fix those parameters yourself. This is a matter of detail as you draw out the GCC framework. But I would say, start to look at what KPIs you already have for StarC and make sure that the GCC responds to some of those in a centralized manner, but with enhanced efficiency. And then, of course, look at net new outputs that the current StarCs don't serve, but you can definitely start to work in an ecosystem where data is centralized, where you can work at scale, where you can partner with other organizations and see what else is the art of possible.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik, for these points, and I think they are very relevant in improving the quality and the process in which we are trying to encompass our different services through GCC. Thank you for that. I'll move to Dr. Andrea now. So UNIDO has had a deep experience in supporting industrial growth through skills. What are the key ingredients that turn training into institutional capacity and real economic opportunity that can align with ISA's vision for StarC? since you've been working with the Star C for quite some time. So please share your experiences on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. So excited to be here and sharing this space with the distinguished panelists. Thank you, Colleen, for your question. In that you highlight now this UNIDO's experience across the global south underscores the transforming clean energy training programs into sustained institutional capacity. Also, depending on the nature of the project, we aim to support our mission to work for sustainable and inclusive industrial development. And in alignment with the ISA vision for the Star C, this requires an important consideration in terms of the socioeconomic conditions, that the trainings are inclusive enough and also are integrating the needs of the countries or the regions that we are serving to these capacity building exercises. Just having in mind the latest developments of the solar energy sector with data from 2023, for example, with this sector provide or enable more than 7 million jobs that represented more than 40% of the employment opportunities that were offered from the entire renewable energy sector. Means a lot, but of course this growth remains geographically uneven. That this is something also to be taken into account in the building process of this new Star C program, of this next phase that we will be implementing together. No, and just to summarize and to unlock these full socioeconomic benefits for solar energy in the global south, we can, based on our experience, recommend or identify several key ingredients. For instance, the institutionalization of knowledge, the policy integration and baking, the financial sustainability, as has been indicated during this session. It's important to partner with these institutions that have the capacity to implement or to run training programs in a sustainable manner with universities, vocational schools, regulatory agencies, to ensure not only to ensure the ownership of the programs, but also to provide a long-term opportunity also for the different stakeholders from public sector, the industry, the practitioners, the technicians, to have access to these training opportunities. Now, as we are doing now in this first phase, the running phase of the Star C program, by partnering with the GNSEC centers, with the priority countries like Bhutan, Senegal, PNG, through their host institutions for setting up these Star C centers. Another important aspect that also was indicated is the standardization of the curricula, certified frameworks, because we are creating this model specifically from the case of the Star C program, when we partnered with the GNSEC centers in East Africa, West Africa, and the Pacific community. We build these regional frameworks, and through that, we are not just creating professionals to respond to the domestic needs, but also to the international needs regarding the development and opportunities that the solar energy sector is creating. Then I would like also to highlight a third point, that would be gender and youth inclusion. For instance, with our own experience, specifically through the Global Network Regional Sustainable Energy Centers, well known as the GNSEC, we have created a focal point of youth and gender representative through these centers in order to equip them with knowledge, so that the different activities of these centers could be implemented in an inclusive manner. And with this vision and this model that we have within the GNSEC, we also aim to do a similar exercise, or to translate this in a similar model, also adapted to the requirements and expectations of the Star C program. For instance, starting by the development of a regional Star C strategy for doing that. What's more, it's important to consider here from our experience within UNIDO, the need to continue enhancing the networking capacities of the centers, the same for the STAR-C centers, the peer learning. Within the first phase of the STAR-C program, we have created this coordination approach, having the GenSec centers working together with the STAR-C through the connection made by our national STAR-C coordinators. We need to see how we can maintain this cooperation to replicate and scale up the opportunities in terms of trainings and the lessons learned and the knowledge sharing. Another point that also was mentioned by my colleagues is the importance of involving the industry in the development process of the training programs, because through this we are ensuring that these programs will respond to the needs of the future needs, opportunities in terms of employment. And this also needs to be highlighted and incorporated in the next phase of the STAR-C. And finally, but not less important, the monitoring, the evaluation, the adaptive learning, because this is allowing us to implement actions to improve the implementation setup. By closely monitoring the implementation of the activities with our executing partners, with our implementing partners or counterparts, this is being helpful to gather these lessons learned, to gather indicators that also demonstrate how successful or the challenge that we are facing in the implementation period. I think when gathering and incorporating all these ingredients, we can move ahead and support the Global South with the STAR-C. Thank you, Berlin.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Andrea, for highlighting several key points that we've been talking about, and also UNIDO's approach to address those. So be it regional collaboration, be it monitoring or evaluation, and also talking about inclusivity. And this leads directly into our next segment, where we're going to talk about communities and people, which are the soul of STAR-Cs, whom they are going to serve. So my next question would be for Dr. Dhawan here. So in your years of experience, what systemic barriers still hinder renewable energy knowledge transfer? And how do we embed a culture of lifelong learning and adaptability within STAR-Cs?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. And what usually happens is we love to do top-down approach. What we feel is required by the communities, while it's the other way around. We have to understand what is it they require. And if we are talking of rural parts, where we are still talking of electrification to reach them, and maybe even if it is there, the reliability is more, which will come from renewables, especially solar. A remotest village perhaps would require that they want their community centers, their houses to have some light. The next level of theirs will be, can I use solar energy for my livelihoods? Can that be improved? But usually what happens is that we decide, sitting in Delhi, that this village require maybe solar rooftop or solar pumps or whatever. So we need to understand what they require. The other is the socio-economic fabric. There are places where the community solar plants, community biogas plants, they work very well. But there are instances, because what happens over there is that it will be the most powerful person who is getting benefited, and it's not everyone. The third is that they also talk of government policies that, okay, they have acquired the land to set up solar park. Of course, they have given compensation to them, but then that compensation somewhere has taken away their livelihoods, because otherwise they were cultivating land, and now today there is a solar park over there. So it is not something which is ensuring that their generation and next generation with this change will be taken care of, that will be little better off. The other is that we have to learn from our failures. And I'll tell you one example, and that is of solar cooker, something which was brought out in 80s. But then the biggest problem even today is, where do I get it repaired from? And therefore, like I have a solar cooker, and when it had gone bad, the answer was bring it to our service station. Now the service station is good 20 miles away, and of course I can take it in my car, but then I have to go, spend half a day, either get it repaired or go the second time, which will be and if you hire a taxi, your cost will be so high that next time you'll say it's of no use. Similarly, let's also understand that villages don't have money to have alternative. And therefore, if something goes wrong, what are they going to do till it is repaired? The other example, like Terry had launched a program, Light a Billion Lives. And we were very careful that it is not distributing lanterns, solar lanterns. It is entrepreneurship development. So you have a woman in the village, you give them the solar lanterns, you teach them how those are to be repaired. And the villagers will just pay very small amount and take lantern every day, bring it back. The entire solar panels have been set up at her station. So therefore, you are creating models of livelihood for them. The other is that when we train them, many times we again go wrong. We want to train them in everything spread over a week, and maybe the facilities which are still not in that part of the world. And therefore, human memory, let's realize that human memory is very short. So if I have learned something today and I get solar panels 6 months from now, by then I have totally forgotten about it. And therefore, when I'm given training, it is also that I should be able to use that training. The other, we should be very careful, and especially on the gender and social inclusion gaps. We must recognize them and we should take care of them. And let's also look into that no technology is perfect. Technology upgradation will keep on happening, and therefore there has to be refresher courses. And while we are talking of training youth, which is very important, but equally important is that those who are already in some job, we have to reskill them so that they are able to use it. So to me, it is basically that the best practices to overcome, there are barriers, but the best practices to me will be that you ensure that gender inclusion is there. You are ensuring poorest of the poor to be included in this. You have to think of long-term livelihood opportunities which should improve with solar. It is not just giving them solar. If you're giving them solar, I'll just give you one example, because in India, we are also giving solar pumps. And one of the questions asked was that earlier it was subsidized electricity, but now you're giving free electricity. But also give them an opportunity to put that power back into the grid. It becomes a second crop for them. And then even farmer becomes more sensible whether he should use that electricity for pumping water and grow rice, or he should shift to some other crop which is more environmental friendly. So it's going to have cascading impact, and ultimately it's going to improve their livelihoods. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dhawan. I think the point that you first mentioned about repairing of different solar equipment resonated really deeply with me, because in 2017, I was building a startup which would look at the maintenance of solar equipment, and we would go to different parts of the country trying to explain people, going to marginalized communities and telling them that you cannot just discard these solar lamps, solar cookers, because of, you are not able to find one bulb or LED or a small part. But the idea there was that we were ahead of the curve. But now the time is right. We have solar equipment everywhere. We are trying to not only train them, but we also have opportunity to reskill them through various platforms, be it online, be it in person. So your comments make a very, very valuable argument.
Yeah, I'll just add to it, since you mentioned about this point. We also want, because let's recognize globally, there are it's a constraint environment. So whether we are talking in terms of financial constraint, and I'll talk more about human constraint, because you need expertise. So it is not enough that I'm building solar panels. It is how do I repair them? Yes. So that is equally important. And it is that I cannot have training centers all over. It's not training them all the time. So in that direction, Terry is also has established Institute on Energy Transition, and of course, we are very fortunate to be joining hands with ISA as well. So it is that where most of the research is going on, you bring the trainers there, and sometimes it's degree-oriented that you're looking at people who require job, but most of the time it is reskilling, because you get your graduation degree sometime at the age of 24, 25, and you continue with your job till the age of at least 60. Yes. So therefore, in the fast-changing environment, that is very important.
Yeah. Thank you. So I think it is, you mentioned about different communities, but I think it is very important to have an equitable workforce, and that is where I will put my next question to Mrs. Rihanna, who's leading SEWA. So SEWA has demonstrated how women can be energy entrepreneurs and change agents. So in your opinion, what lessons can we learn from SEWA so that our StarC centers become hubs for inclusive innovation and training?
Thank you, Gurleen, and namaste and good morning. Firstly, I would like to thank ISA for inviting SEWA and giving this opportunity, and thank you for the very warm welcome by Sri Lanka. Let me start with one of our many experiences when we started training to the poor women workers from the informal economy for the solar PV technicians and solar PV helpers. When we started our training, the women members were not able to speak up their name, and they would feel shy on speaking up in front of anyone. And then we used to record their video, and then when they were speaking, and then we'll show it to them another day. This is how they gain confidence, and gradually so much so that today they are the leaders, entrepreneurs, and confidentially placed in the industry and working so forth. So I'd like to introduce SEWA. Is a member-based organization of poor women workers in India. We have organized 3.2 million workers across 20 states in India. Our strategies and approaches and rich experience of the working at the grassroots level has also taken us to various parts of SAARC countries as well as in African countries as well. So our journey has shown us that women are not just beneficiaries or trainees, but they are the planners, innovators, entrepreneurs, and managers. Thus, this is very important that the community participation, ownership, management, and leadership also comes in to bring in the trust, relevance, and sustained engagement. And thus, there is a need to invest not just in the technical capacity building, but then at the same time, investment is needed in leadership, managerial capacity building at the grassroots level as well. So this would help us delivering the local solutions in the geographies they live in, reaching at the last mile. And the profile of the community members should also be considered while we are doing trainings. And all this should be co-created with the community members. With this, I would like to play a small film, which is on our Haryali campaign.
Sure. Can we please play the film?
SEWA, the Self-Employed Women's Association, has been organizing poor women workers in the informal economy since the past 5 decades. The value of Hum Sab Ek, We Are One, has helped SEWA members sail 50 years, protecting each other, supporting each other, and nurturing each other. In 2009, the Haryali campaign was launched for the members of SEVA, a green skilling and green livelihoods movement to provide women with access to clean energy, financial stability, and dignity. These eco-solutions lower costs, improve health, protect the soil and air, mitigating climate crisis, and building resilience of the poor. Women aren't just using the products, they are selling them, repairing them, and leading the green economy at the grassroots and contributing to the Swachh Akash, that is, building cleaner skies campaign.
જ્યારે અમારે પહેલી ગરમી બહુ પડતી હતી અને અમે આખું લૂપ લગાયા ફરી અમને 3-4 ડિગ્રીનો ફરક થયો અને જ્યારે ચોમાસામાં વરસાદનું જે પાણી ટપકતું હતું ફૂલ લૂપ લગાયા પછી અમારે એ કારણા પૂરાઈ ગયા અને હવે અમારે ચોમાસામાં પાણી ટપકતું બંધ થઈ ગયું.
પહેલા જે અમે પાક કરતા હતા તો અમારે ખાઈ જતા હતા, ગાયો ખાઈ જાય, લીલ ગાય ખાઈ જતી હતી, ભૂંડાઈ ખાઈ જતા હતા અને વાંદરાઈ ખાઈ જતા હતા. અત્યારે અમે ઝાટકા મશીન લગાવ્યું ત્યારનું અમારે કોઈ જાનવર આવતું નથી અને ખાતું નથી.
But what happens when solar equipment needs repair in rural and remote areas? The Haryali campaign, in partnership with UNEP and Renew, is training 1,000 solar technicians and helpers certified by the Skill Council for Green Jobs under the Skill India portal. These women now install, maintain and repair solar systems, working in solar parks, rooftops and factories, earning 12,000 to 25,000 rupees every month. Haryali has facilitated more than 5,000 salt pan workers to adopt solar pump instead of diesel pumps, thereby saving up to 50,000 rupees for every season of 8 months, resulting in securing 2 times meals, improved livelihoods, getting out of the debt trap, and lives with dignity for the poor salt farmers whose lives otherwise were extremely fragile. These pumps have cut pollution, brought back birds, and made salt farming peaceful and more productive. And now, Haryali is going a step further, building India's first community-owned solar park in Kutch, a clean, decentralized, people-led solution to power homes and salt farms, owned, operated and managed by women themselves.
મેં સેવા દ્વારા સોલર પીવી ટેકનિશિયન કમ હેલ્પર તરીકેની તાલીમ લીધેલી હતી. ખુદ પૈસા પણ એવી રીતે અમે કમાઈ શકીએ છીએ અને પોતાનો ખર્ચો પણ ઉપાડી શકીએ છીએ. અમે આત્મનિર્ભર પણ બન્યા છીએ સેવા દ્વારા. તો સેવાને ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર.
This is not a dream. This is happening right now. Women are building a cleaner future with their own hands. This is Haryali. This is the collective power of grassroots women leading the climate action through decentralized solutions, thereby contributing to sustainable development goals and enabling India in transitioning by 2030.
Thank you so much, Rihanna Ben, for sharing the story of Seva with all of us and how women can turn into the greatest role models for transformation in the area of skilling and energy. So I would like to, with this, I would like to thank all our panelists. Briefly,
So like I'll just like to mention that it's not just the technical skills that are essential, but then we should also look into the softer skills and how do we bring in the mindset shift that empowers the woman and lead to transformation. And when we are talking about the partnership, it should be with the skill councils, industry partners, and government agencies. Along with that, even the partnerships with the community-based organizations like SEVA and GTNFW, who has decades of rich experiences in grassroots mobilization, women's leadership, and implementation of clean and green energy programs, would definitely lead to just, inclusive, and equitable transformation. And we offer that SEVA and GTNFW could come as a resource organization in strengthening and bringing the integration at the STARSI centers.
Thank you so much. So thank you to all our panelists once again. So we are all reminded that transformation is not a solo act. It is a system-wide transformational effect that we are all moving towards. So a huge round of applause for all the thoughts and all the discussions that we've had here today. Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Anupol Bordeloy from ISA's KMID team to share his closing remarks.
Thanks. Thank you for that, Gulin. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude our session today, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants for their invaluable contributions and insights. Our gathering here in Colombo, Sri Lanka, marks a significant step forward in our collective journey towards advancing the global energy transition, particularly in the realm of solar energy. Throughout our discussions, we have witnessed the evolution of the International Solar Alliance from a facilitator of solar energy deployment to a collective force empowering member countries and local institutions. This paradigm shift underscores the importance of developing skills and institutional frameworks that will drive our initiatives forward rather than merely focusing on energy output. The StarSea program stands at the forefront of this transformation by evolving national training centers into regional centers of excellence. We are creating platforms that will nurture the next generation of solar professionals, encourage research and innovation, adoption of best global practices, and coordinate ISA-supported projects. Our goal is to establish resilient ecosystems that foster knowledge, skills, and leadership within the solar industry. We are also excited about the establishment of the Global Capability Center for Solar in India, which will serve as a hub for solar knowledge and innovation. By providing digital learning tools, advisory services, and performance benchmarking, the GCC will amplify the impacts of star centers globally, ensuring that our efforts are scalable and regionally adaptable. Today's session has brought together a diverse array of stakeholders, including member countries, international partners, and institutional collaborators. Together, we have reaffirmed our commitment to building sustainable solar energy institutions, and we have recognized Sri Lanka as the next star center in the Asia-Pacific region. As we move forward, let us continue to foster global academic partnerships and ensure the sustainability of our star centers. The insights shared today will serve as a foundation for ongoing dialogue and development in the solar sector, driving our broader goal of sustainable energy practices across the globe. In closing, I would like to thank each of you for your participation and engagement. Let us carry the momentum from this event into our future endeavors, working together to create a brighter and a more sustainable energy future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anupol. Thank you, Dr. Gurleen. Before we move ahead to the next session on technology-driven pathways for scaling solar in the evolving energy mix, I kindly request all dignitaries at the head table. We have a small launch. I would invite my colleague Pragya Gupta, who leads the SolarX initiative at ISA. In addition to that, I invite my senior colleague, Mr. Shishir Seth. I invite the Director for International Relations, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Sri Asim Kumar, and also the Honorable Additional Secretary for the Government of Sri Lanka, Ministry of Energy, Ms. Tarishini Prashant, to join us at the head table for this launch. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. From a beautiful Colombo, we're in Sri Lanka, a country known to promote innovation and sustainability, and which aims to become South Asia's innovation hub by 2030. The SolarX Startup Challenge was launched at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to promote solar innovations across the globe. This challenge was launched for Africa, where we got 180 applicants and selected 20 winners. It was further expanded to the APAC, where 272 solar innovations applied. Through ISA, these startups are not only getting a cash incentive of USD 15,000 each, but also an access to world-class investors through an accelerator program. ISA believes in quote-unquote ambition to action, and these startups are a live example of creating an impact on ground. Today, as we unveil the coffee table booklet, you would see innovations from countries like Cambodia, Nepal, PNG, Fiji, Dubai, Sri Lanka, India, and the likes. Thank you to all the startups, to all the investors, and most importantly, to all the excellencies and the focal points for supporting us and carrying out this challenge successfully. The beauty of this challenge is that here everyone comes together: governments, startups, investors, mentors, and of course, the brilliant ISA team behind it all. I'd end by a proverb with saying, if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, we go together. So let's innovate, deliberate, collaborate, and make solar a preferred choice of energy across the globe.
Thank you, colleagues. May I now invite my senior colleague, Dr. Mridula Bharadwaj, for the next thematic section. May I also invite all panelists for the same to please take their seats at the head table.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and warm greetings to all the distinguished panelists and participants joining us today, in person and online. I would request the in-person speakers to kindly come on the stage. Dais. Hi, Sandit. Dr. Priyantha, please come on the stage. DG, please. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this roundtable on technology-driven pathways for scaling solar in the evolving energy mix. I'm Mridula Bharadwaj, Program Lead of ISA's Green Hydrogen, Solar E-Mobility and Storage programs under the ISA ADB TA. In today's session, we will discuss key opportunities and challenges in scaling up storage, solar e-mobility, and green hydrogen ecosystems. We will cover the unique regional and sectoral contexts and insights from international experts through our distinguished panelists. To set the tone, we will now hear the welcome address from Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Over to you, DG.
Thank you. I can speak from here, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome. Greetings from International Solar Alliance. I'm delighted to welcome you all for this session on technology-driven pathways for scaling solar in evolving energy mix. Now, you heard us yesterday that the global clean tech innovation is going at an extremely rapid pace. And this is in some ways an overarching theme that will be impacting through all the 4 pillars, whether it is integrated institutional strengthening that you just heard, the catalytic finance hub that is also looking at a lot of innovation, but also the Global Capability Center. And finally, if you heard that we are starting a new vertical on technology policy and roadmaps. So this is something that each and every country is really asking us to give advice on what technologies should each country be prioritizing, what are the roadmaps for those countries on these technologies, and once you have decided the policy roadmaps, what is the implementation support. I would like to especially give a deep gratitude to Asian Development Bank, and wonderful Dr. Priyant is here, because it is primarily their support that has been responsible on a partnership with ISA in conducting studies on ecosystem readiness assessment for member countries on green hydrogen, solar e-mobility, and energy storage. I thank all the ministry officials, the delegates, and distinguished speakers for joining us today. And I really hope today's discussion will not only talk about the work that has happened, but more importantly, help us chart a way forward for a very important vertical that we are going to start. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madhu.
Thank you very much, DG, for sharing ISA's overall vision on these important sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. Priyantha Vijayatunga, Senior Director, Energy, ADB, to give opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to this session and to, of course, to Colombo. I extend heartiest greetings to the Asia and the Pacific member countries participating today in the session, Technology-Driven Pathways for Scaling Solar in the Evolving Energy Mix. International Solar Alliance and ADB defined 3 pillars of support under the technical assistance cooperation we have been having for some time. And the first, development of project pipelines, which is very, very important when it comes to financing solar projects, because project readiness with the feasibility, these are very important aspects when it comes to final investments. Then identification of financing instruments to support the scale-up of solar energy investments. Now, financing instruments can differ from one to the other depending on the type of investments you have, and it's important to identify such financing instruments, whatever, which can be applicable to different situations. And, of course, last but not least, building of knowledge management and capacity, which is, again, extremely important across the board in all the countries we are dealing with. To operationalize the support, ADB initiated a knowledge support and technical assistance project in June 2019 with the International Solar Alliance. ADB and ISA are actively partnering in energy storage, solar e-mobility, and green hydrogen programs, the focus of today's session, basically the technologies associated with solar expansion of the solar energy program. Coming to energy storage, the emerging economies in Asia-Pacific region will lead to a huge demand for energy in coming years. Energy demand is projected to double by the end of this decade in these regions. We must ensure that clean energy technologies provide most of this energy needs in the region, obviously because of the exponential economic growth we have been experiencing in this region. And, of course, in addition to that, energy access expansion and so on lead to increased demand. And this demand will have to be mostly met by clean energy sources if we are to be on track with our climate agenda and target. This necessitates leveraging solutions like short to long-term, long-duration energy storage to manage power flows, effectively catering to demand which seamlessly integrate renewables. Then solar electric vehicles. Solar electric vehicles and solar-powered charging stations represent one of the most promising solutions to address both issues of energy scarcity and coupled with rising greenhouse gas emissions. ADB and ISA are working together to identify, develop, and implement projects of solar electric mobility. In fact, on our part, we have been engaged with Maldives on a solar ferry program, and if I can remember right, it's almost ready. I don't know whether it's commissioned. I'm supposed to be there in the commissioning event. I don't know whether it's ready. I'm sure it's almost ready, if not already open. Then the other one is green hydrogen. I am happy to inform that ADB partnered with ISA under the G20 India presidency in 2023 in creating Virtual Green Hydrogen Innovation Center. This center that support the production, utilization, and trade of green hydrogen, besides providing a platform for knowledge sharing and building competency across the green hydrogen value chain for the member countries. In fact, particularly now that, for instance, in Sri Lanka, just now I was talking about it, we have a huge issue with intermittent renewable energy being more than what is required in the system at certain times. What do you do with it? So green hydrogen production is one of the best solutions you can have in terms of energy storage when you have excess green energy. And so we have started working with ISA on this. I am sure we can take these interventions forward very effectively as we move forward. By coming together, sharing knowledge, and fostering collaboration, we can accelerate the ecosystem readiness assessment, feasibility assessment, development, and deployment of these technologies. Let me take this opportunity to thank International Solar Alliance for inviting ADB to address this important session. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Many thanks, Dr. Priyantha, for sharing your overall thoughts about the sector and providing ADB perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into the roundtable discussion, I will take a few minutes to present the ISA's activities in these three sectors that you heard about and approach to give you the overall context. Could I please ask my IT colleagues to put the presentation? Yes, going to the next one, please. So like our DG mentioned, the key pillars in ISA's strategic vision, you can see the 4 key pillars, and the technology, roadmap, and policy is what we are going to discuss today. Going to the next slide, please. So like I heard, technology is central to ISA for the vision, achieving the vision, and global clean tech innovation, like Mr. Khanna mentioned, our DG, is happening at an unprecedented pace. And the innovations are happening in across technology, policy and regulation, business model, and deployment. So considering this, the ISA provides informed guidelines to our members in existing and emerging technologies, and then technology forecasting so that they are prepared well in advance, and policy innovation. ISA's approach, going to the next slide, please. So this slide shows you, can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. This slide shows you the different approach we adopt to support our member countries. One is the technology prioritization. The second is country prioritization and implementation roadmap that you heard from Dr. Priyantha just now. And then analytics and advocacy. Now, just to give you an example, and then I'll end my presentation, if we click on the use cases, yes, this is just an example of a recently launched ISA-ADB report last month. And this tells you about the mapping technologies for different use cases. And what you see on the graph is different storage technologies, and then the color coding is for the different sectors they are appropriate for or are front runners for. Going back, if you click on the technology forecasting, yeah, this is an example of our recently done work, and we've launched this again, ISA-ADB report at ASAF last month. This tells you about the existing technologies and the emerging technologies. And that's where the technology forecasting comes into place, and we inform our member countries that which are the technologies in the pipeline they have to get geared up for. So going back, yes. Now, if we click on the ecosystem readiness assessment framework, this is an example. We started a green hydrogen program a few years back, and in 2022, our first work was to prepare a framework where we screen member countries through our ecosystem readiness assessment framework we developed together, and then launched it in COP Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt in 2022. And this is just an example of that. Going back, if you click on the training, of course, maybe identification of front runners can be one example. If you click on the, this is, sorry for the busy slide, but this is just an example of how we created 4 buckets and categorized our countries based on how they fared on the framework, where we use 10 to 12 critical screening parameters, and based on their performance or evaluation, we put them in buckets, and these are front runners, progressive, prospective, and potentials. So going back, if you click on the training, please, this is an example of our training or capacity building effort. This is under the Green Hydrogen Policy Accelerator Training Program under the GHIC portal of ISA, where we did training, very intensive, in-person, a 1-week-long training for around 28 member countries across all regions. And what you see on the picture is a training for APAC and LAC region, conducted in October last year. So going back, if you click on the GHIC, please, the last point. Yes, this is ISA's Green Hydrogen Innovation Center that was launched under G20 India presidency in 2023. And this is a one-stop knowledge platform where all our countries are mapped in terms of their green hydrogen ecosystem readiness. And as we speak, we have 70 or 72 member countries mapped across their GH value chain. And you can access all this information on the website of GHIC. Now going back, yes, the next one. Maybe the next, because of the time constraint, I'll skip it. The next one, and the next one. Yes, the objective of the roundtable is basically to brainstorm the existing and emerging technologies and across solar EV, green hydrogen and storage, policy and regulatory frameworks, global best practices, manufacturing, supply chain, and existing and emerging business models. And also, more importantly, like DG mentioned, identify areas of collaboration by doing jointly the feasibility studies, joint pilots, business models, country-specific roadmaps. And more importantly, identify partnership opportunities with ISA's capacity-building initiatives like STAR-C and Green Hydrogen Innovation Center. We now transition into the panel discussion. We are delighted to have a very illustrious panel today consisting of representatives from member countries, ministries, MDBs, and private sector. To begin the discussion, we now invite the respective representatives from our member countries first to give interventions. We will begin with Pacific countries and invite Ms. Fedora Harris, Director, Energy, Ministry of Climate Change and National Resilience, Nauru. Over to you, ma'am. You can just be seated if that's more convenient. Yeah, you can. Sorry.
Thank you, DG. Feeling special now. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a privilege and honor to be here at this meeting and to be representing Nauru and what they their plans are for the future in terms of renewable energy and energy efficiency. So as background context, Nauru is only one island. It is situated about 42 kilometers south of the equator. We only have one power station, and the population is about 13,000 people. So, bear in mind, the activities that we are doing are a bit, we're slow to, be on the bandwagon, but, we're slowly coming around. So, Nauru is surrounded by coral reef, and it is dotted with pinnacles. And all Nauruans, we have universal access to grid electricity. So Nauru has the goal of achieving 100% renewable energy to the national grid system by 2050. Nauru's NDC also has a focus on productive land, healthy and productive people, water security, food security, environment, and good governance. The ADB-funded Nauru Solar Power Development Project is underway and will install a 6-megawatt solar array with a 2.5 megawatt, 5.0 megawatt battery energy storage system to achieve nearly 50% of the energy mix, which is renewable energy. So this is due to be commissioned next month. Sustainable land policy. Sustainable Land Transport Strategy for 2021. It outlines policies for improving transport efficiency through electrification powered by renewable energy sources. This policy aims to implement transport electrification policies that prioritize renewable energy as the primary fuel source, with a target to have 20% of total vehicles in Nauru as electric. And as I said, last year in December, we welcomed our first two electric buses on island. So it's a very exciting time for us, as electric buses on island is a big deal. And so that is for public transportation. And at the moment, people are still not sure how to use it. So yeah, they're very shy. And also we have in the pipeline, we're planning to bring in 6 electric cars and 18 electric motorbikes. So exciting times ahead for us. In closing, the ISA ADB study readiness assessment for solar-powered electric mobility for LDCs and SIDS demonstrates Nauru has strong readiness to adopt and scale solar-powered electric mobility as assessed through ISA's Solar EV Ecosystem Readiness Assessment Framework. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to ISA for providing the opportunity to share my insights. I thank ISA and ADB for their outstanding collaboration in assisting member nations with solar EV deployment assessments. Thank you, Matabakar.
Many thanks, Ms. Harris, for your insights. Can I now request Mr. Mikhali Belena, Director, Energy, Ministry of Public Works, Transport and Meteorological Services, Fiji. Over to you, Mr. Belena.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, for Fiji, in terms of transition, looking at diversification in our energy mix, I think whilst we are talking about the energy sector, we're also focusing on the transport. And for us, in terms of transitioning to new and emerging technologies, including green hydrogen, something that has been discussed and is part of our long-term strategy in terms of diversifying our power supply sources. And a few key things I would like to highlight in terms of our transitioning to these new technologies or fuels when we talk about hydrogen. Firstly, is in terms of our readiness. I think that's very important, and we thank ISA and ADB, the work that has been done for member countries in carrying out readiness assessment for the uptake of these new technologies. And as I mentioned earlier in my earlier intervention, that for Fiji and even in the Pacific, we got aging infrastructure, looking at our transmission and distribution networks. So those infrastructure were built for base load generation, either looking at generator or even for hydropower. But now that we're trying to incorporate intermittent power supply, there's an urgent need for us to upgrade our transmission and distribution network, including our control system. We need to modernize our control transmission and control system. And also looking at our part of the readiness assessment, looking at the infrastructure, our regulatory framework, the institutional setup, and also in terms of the legislation. So we don't want to move too fast. I think there's a need for us to have proper assessment done. We need to provide the enabling support, particularly to the private sector, to have some sort of startup or incubator program that will allow them to do more demonstration projects before we can commercialize or roll out these, the uptake of these new technologies. When we talk about it, basically looking at the economics, what makes sense for us when we want to really commercialize. And at the moment, I think when we talk about supply, electricity supply, our utility, there are two key focus or two key areas that they always want to maintain. First is in terms of the reliability of the grid supply to its customers, and secondly is in terms of the stability. So if we're going to have other demands coming from, when we talk about the transport sector, looking at electric vehicles, or even green hydrogen, we need to really have the proper infrastructure to support the uptake of these new technologies. Maybe just to conclude, yes, I think we need to continue to pursue this collaboration effort with with ISA, and also looking at our multilateral partners, ADB, and other key partners that will support us in our transition to these new technologies. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Bellino. Next, we have Ms. Renzi Banda, Manager, International Affairs and Outreach, National Energy Authority, PNG. Over to you, Ms. Banda.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates and colleagues. All protocols observed, let me start. Our country's wide geophysical assessment of renewable energy potential has shown that we have massive potential in clean energy resources in the form of geothermal, hydropower, offshore wind, and solar PV. In PNG, we boast a potential of nearly 251 gigawatt of hydro resources, but we are also a country of prime location for baseload geothermal resources on account of the country being situated right in the seismically active ring of fire. PNG also possesses offshore wind potential of 147 gigawatts, and this is something that can contribute greatly towards producing low-cost green hydrogen at scale, especially in terms of the context of this discussion we are in. Green hydrogen for PNG has been an important topic of conversation in the corridors amongst our leaders and our technocrats, and including our partners and potential interested investors. For us, it is important to know within the context of this discussion that for PNG, green hydrogen can be used in domestic maritime transportation, not to mention other transport and sectoral operational sources, including transportation and decentralized power generation, especially for our provinces, and looking at the transition of the 16 out of 22 provinces that rely so much on diesel-powered fuel for energy and electricity access. And the thing to note about PNG is that our strategic location, especially along the major global maritime trade routes between the South and the North Pacific nations, it presents opportunities in the clean maritime bunkering sector, especially through the use of clean fuels like green ammonia and green methanol. And at the same time, we take note of the urgency, the global urgency under the International Maritime Organization and the reforms that are being undertaken across the board in terms of regulatory requirements at every port of entry and departure, which essentially it will affect the way we trade with our partnering countries within the region. And essentially this is the reason why hydrogen is going to be, green hydrogen is going to be very important for PNG. And we understand that the green hydrogen ecosystem is critical towards achieving our goals. And it's the reason why we deeply appreciate that we are having this conversation now with ISA and ADB, because for us as a country, it's essentially important that we not only look at our commitments and obligations under the Paris Agreement as we explore energy mixes, but we are being realistically critical and practical towards what is going on in various different forums and the legal reforms that are globally taking place, especially within the global transportation sector, noting what is happening under the International Civil Aviation Organization as well as the International Maritime Organization, and also the discussions that are happening under the WTO and how it will infiltrate into our socio-economic engagements within the region, but mostly within the context of trade. And it's for that reason that PNG, I will take at this time to conclude by saying thank you to ISA and ADB for convening us on this topic of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Panda. Could I please invite Mr. Julius Mala, Ministry of Climate Change, Adaptation, Meteorology and Geohazards, Energy, Environment and National Disaster Management from Vanuatu. Over to you, Mr. Mala. I'm just trying to see if Mr. Mala is here. Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. With regards to the energy sector in Vanuatu, we have an energy roadmap which looks to have 100% renewable generation and access by 2030. We do understand that energy storage solutions are important for achieving the Vanuatu targets by 2030. As of 2024, the total installed capacity of electricity in Vanuatu was 32.95 megawatts, of which 18.3% of that is from the renewable energy. The National Energy Transition Roadmap 2016 to 2030 aims to diversify energy sources and reduce fossil fuel reliance to enhance grid stability, increase renewable energy integration, and expand electricity access to remote communities. Energy storage initiatives like the 50 megawatt solar PV and the the 7.65 megawatt-hour battery storage that will be installed in Port Vila, which was supported by the MFAT New Zealand government, will play a vital role in the grid, in the renewable energy penetration to enhance the renewable energy penetration in Port Vila. Not only that, but we also have is in a pipeline of having another battery storage system in Tana, which looks to have boost the renewable energy integration from the current 16% to 31%, while ensuring grid stability and reliability. If I may also share the one of our recently developed policies, which is the Vanuatu National Electrification Master Plan, which in 2020, according to the 2020 census, there are about 61,345 households in the country, of which only 40% of those houses are connected to the grid. In the report, in the study that was done through a geospatial analysis, this report assessed the least cost of electrification to serve the remaining 60%, which represents a total of 33,979 households. So according to the least cost analysis, mini grids are the preferred electrification approach for 52% of the unelectrified customers, standalone solutions for 33%, and grid extension for 15%. So rural electrification is a challenge, and a huge portion of unelectrified households are in the rural areas. Battery storage technologies will play a significant role in enhancing RE penetration, and as a result, provide the necessary needs such as better education, health services and sanitation, encourage MSMEs, food preservation and jobs. So according to the Vanuatu National Master Plan, Electrification Master Plan, it is estimated that an investment between 125 million USDs and 160 million USD, that is in the low cost and high cost scenarios respectively, is needed to electrify the entire population of Vanuatu. So as for my closing remarks, we understand the short and medium duration energy storage solutions are critical towards achieving our goals. And we deeply appreciate the ISA and ADB study developing prioritization framework for energy storage systems, short to medium term for accelerating solar projects deployments in LDCs and SIDs, which enrich our understanding of opportunities of energy storage deployment in the least developed countries and SIDs. Further, we thank the ISA for inviting us at the Green Hydrogen Policy Accelerator Training Program in New Delhi in October 2024. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to ISA for providing the opportunity to share my insights. I commend ISA and ADB for their outstanding collaboration in assisting member nations with energy storage deployment assessments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mala. We now move to our member countries from Asia, and we have Bhutan and Sri Lanka today with us. May I please invite intervention from Mr. Karma Dorji, Director General, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Kingdom of Bhutan. Over to you, Mr. Dorji.
Thank you. At the outset, I would join others in thanking Isa, especially the presence of DG himself here. For Bhutan, we see that the green hydrogen as an important enabler of its transition towards a sustainable and resilient energy future. Our country is uniquely positioned to pursue this opportunity with the abundant renewable energy resources, dependable electricity generation, enormous water availability. Currently with installed capacity over 3,500 megawatts, and with the potential to generate around 33,000 megawatts, Bhutan has a capability to produce green hydrogen at a scale to meet both domestic demand as well as export opportunities. So to guide this transition, Bhutan launched our green hydrogen roadmap on 24 July 2024. The roadmap identifies key opportunities across the hydrogen value chain, including the production, storage, distribution, and use application, and we have set out clear targets to support the structured and long-term development. Getting into a bit of a detail, as per our roadmap, levelized cost of hydrogen that we have projected ranges from 2.2 to 3.1 US dollar per kg. And with the advancements of the technology, we think that that range will further scale down. Our domestic hydrogen demand anticipated to grow significantly from the current projected of 710 tons per year to 70,000 tons by 2040 site, with a major uptake expected in the transport and industrial sector. To advance the initial goals as outlined in the roadmap, we have completed a pre-feasibility, or rather the feasibility for a 1 megawatt green hydrogen pilot project. We intend to procure, operate the hydrogen powered bus with the fleets of fuel cell cars to demonstrate the viability of hydrogen-based mobility solutions. We are also equally focusing on creating the public awareness as a part of the larger transitioning to the greener green energy sort of driven mobility sector. We have been making a parallel efforts to also needed to develop a sector-specific deployment strategies and also start establishing the regulatory frameworks and introduce safety standards that will ensure the responsible and effective implementation of the hydrogen technologies. Finally, with the industrial collaborations is going to be a key essential for our hydrogen journey, and our active intervention and support from the International Solar Alliance and the Green Hydrogen Innovation Center of the ISA will be critical to accelerate our hydrogen economy by providing the assistance, fostering partnerships, facilitating knowledge sharing aligned with our global best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorji, for your insights. May I now request Mrs. Tharashini Prasant, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Government of Sri Lanka.
Esteemed delegates, good afternoon to you all. Sri Lanka's power sector is primarily driven by thermal power, especially coal and oil, and renewables, which includes hydropower, solar, and wind power. The country is actively working on increasing its renewable capacity As of the end of 2024, renewable energy shares in installed electricity capacity was approximately 63.2%, and total installed solar capacity approximately 1,500 megawatt. At this time, we have concentrated on energy storage. ADB has approved a USD 200 million loan to enhance the country's transmission infrastructure, modernize medium voltage distribution networks, and introduce Sri Lanka's first grid-scale 100 megawatt or 50 megawatt hour battery energy storage system. This system will be integrated with the CEB, Ceylon Electricity Board, facilitating better renewable energy integration. The other focus that we had, green hydrogen. Sri Lanka's green hydrogen roadmap has identified sectors such as road transportation, maritime bunkering, and ceramics and glass manufacturing for introducing pilot projects for green hydrogen utilization. Our country aims to develop a local manufacturing ecosystem to produce components like electrolyzers to support its green hydrogen ambitions. Sri Lanka has set an ambitious target of establishing 30 gigawatt of electrolysis capacity for green hydrogen production by 2050. We understand that both green hydrogen and long duration energy storage is critical towards achieving our goals. We deeply appreciate the ISA ADB study, Ecosystem Readiness Assessment for Production and Utilization of Green Hydrogen, which enhanced our understanding and opportunities for Sri Lanka in green hydrogen. ISA ADB report on development of an implementation roadmap and identification of project pipelines for scaling solar integrated long duration energy storage, LDES. Technologies in developing nations. This project has provided valuable insights into LDES technologies. Further, we thank the ISA for inviting us at Green Hydrogen Policy Accelerator Training Program in New Delhi in October 2024. At this juncture, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to ISA for providing the opportunity to share my insights. I commend ISA and ADB for their outstanding collaboration in assisting member nations like Sri Lanka with energy storage deployment assessments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our panelists from multilateral organizations and private sector. We will discuss storage first, followed by solar e-mobility, and then the green hydrogen. So I'm going to go in that sequence. Due to time constraints and to accommodate packed panel, may I please request our speakers to limit their responses to 2 to 3 minutes. To begin with, it gives me great pleasure to invite our colleague from World Bank, Dr. Amit Jain, Senior Energy Specialist. Amit is leading a $2 billion renewable portfolio in India, Bangladesh, and Maldives. Amit, could you please share your views? I know you have to go to another bilateral meeting. The upcoming business models for solar plus storage is one thing that we would like to learn about. And what are the latest financing trends for storage? Over to you, Amit.
Mridula, thank you very much. As we know, the recent bids in large countries like India or small countries like Maldives, solar plus storage has already become commercially viable. It has become cheaper than coal. But despite this fact, we have to ask this question ourselves, why storage is still not coming up at the scale which we expected. Solar has been a phenomenal success in the last 10 years, 15 years. Storage is coming up, but not at the scale which is coming up. There is one basic difference between solar, wind, and storage. Solar and wind generates electrons. Storage does not generate any electrons. It stores electrons, and that also degrades 8 to 10% every year. So storage from a PPA point of view or from a monetization point of view, has a clear disadvantage as compared to solar and wind. So we have to accept that fact that storage is not generating anything. Unless we create monetization of business models, storage scaling will remain a challenge. So as Mridula was mentioning, what are the business cases where storage can be monetized? If you look at regulations all across the world, VRE integration into the grid is not monetized. If there is no reactive power, you're not penalized in many, many countries. So that's the reason when we start installing storage, many utilities, many DISCOMs do not see the monetization impact of the storage. So I'll give you very quickly 3 examples where a World Bank group has made interventions in storage and which has resulted into monetization of business models. First is small-scale storage between 0.5 to 1 hour. This is a storage when we say it is important for looking at reactive power, integration of solar and wind into the grid. That's the only role a small-scale storage from 0.5 to 1 hour can play. Now, actually, India is coming up with bids where you are mandatorily required to have 30 minutes of storage so that whatever renewables you are injected into the grid comes with some sort of storage to manage the frequency fluctuations for both voltage and current. That is coming up in a big manner. The second example I would give is between 1 to 4 hours of storage where we do peak power management. In Chhattisgarh in India, World Bank has made the largest storage investment in India as a whole, where 4 hours of storage is being provided. It's very interesting that this project was able to meet the peak power demand in the evening. And in the peak power in the evening is when the power is maximum in terms of the tariff. And the savings were so high that the government of India was able to retire a thermal plant which was being used for peak power management in the evening. So the second business model, 1 to 4 hours of battery storage, looking for peak power management and replacing thermal power. Third, where the storage can be used for base load management, replacing directly coal, where you need between 4 to 12 hours of storage. Now, this is expensive when you're going for 4 to 12 hours of storage, but there has been many case studies, for example, in California and also now in India, which we call round-the-clock RTC, where a mixture of solar, wind, and large-scale storage can completely displace coal. That has been the biggest disadvantage of solar and wind, where the capacity factor is between 15 to 25%, 15% for solar and 25% for wind. So when we say renewables is comparative to coal, it is not, because coal gives you 40 to 60% capacity factor. But when you combine large-scale storage with solar and wind, it can directly displace coal. But I have to accept the fact, in case of large-scale storage, it is still not comparative to coal because storage remains expensive. But at least in the first 2 business cases, solar plus storage business models have already become cost competitive. And just to answer final question from Mridula, several World Bank investments across the globe, including Maldives, India, where model number 1 and model number 2 has been tested, and we are looking forward to make investments in business model number 3. Thank you.
This is wonderful, Amit. Thank you for the deep insights. So now we are having a speaker, Mr. Ashok Krishnan from Long Duration Energy Storage Sector. He's Manager, Market Development, Sumitomo. Ashok is based in Finland, and welcome, Ashok, virtually, and leads the power system modeling and market development activities in Australia for Sumitomo's energy storage business. Ashok, to begin with, could you please share your views on the leading markets for long-duration energy storage in the APAC region, Asia-Pacific region, and what are the main drivers for LDS deployment in those markets?
Thanks, Mridula, and the ISA for having me. I think I will use what Amit was just talking about as a segue into the discussion here. I think in terms of the leading markets, we see a few pockets emerging across the APAC region wherein there has been deployment of long-duration energy storage. I would say at this point, the first and foremost market in the wider Asia-Pacific region is probably Australia. There have been clear mandates in certain states like New South Wales and South Australia to deploy certain capacity of long duration energy storage. And by long duration here, I'm referring to any energy storage system which can discharge at full capacity for 8 hours and above. So that's what is the broadly accepted definition of a long duration energy storage system. We are also starting to see 8-hour storage tenders emerge in India. For example, the Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited earlier this year released a request for proposal looking at projects which could discharge for 8 hours. We are also seeing some activity in the Middle East. NEOM in Saudi Arabia has been quite actively pursuing a number of long-duration storage technologies. And there are other countries as well across the Asia-Pacific region. Japan is another example where decarbonization auctions actually are looking at 6-hour storage systems. And I would say the primary driver in all these countries is essentially to integrate higher percentages of renewable energy. So if you see one common thread which connects all these markets is that there is massive deployment of renewable energy resources happening. Oftentimes the renewable energy the share in the generation mix is so high that it becomes difficult to manage. And the other application is, of course, bulk shifting of the energy. So, for example, if you have solar available for 6 to 8 hours during the day, you want to shift some of that energy to the night and evening hours, and you want the storage system to discharge over a longer duration. So, Amit was mentioning a model where there is the storage system meets peak demand in the evening hours. But if you want the storage system to then also meet some of the load demand during the night hours, that's when the longer duration storage starts to come into play. So I would say as countries add more and more renewable energy sources to their generation mix, the need for longer duration storage will start emerging organically. And it's all about finding the right business model which can encourage the private sector to bring these sorts of projects online in various countries.
Thank you, Ashok. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the solar e-mobility sector. We have with us Mr. Gurpreet Chugh, Vice President and Managing Director, ICF in India. Gurpreet brings over 22 years of global professional experience in the energy sector, spanning regions such as South and Southeast Asia, UK, Europe, Africa, and Russia, delivering consulting services to governments, multilateral and bilateral agencies, and major energy corporations. So the question for you is, Gurpreet, could you share with our audience the key insights and implications emerging from the Solar EV Ecosystem Readiness Assessment, the SERA framework, jointly developed by ISA and ICF, recently launched for countries in the APAC region looking to scale up in the solar-powered electric mobility sector. Over to you, Gurpreet.
Thank you, Mridula. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. First of all, my apologies for not being there in person. And I had to cancel last minute, but thank you for providing me an opportunity to join online. So, I'd like to thank ISA for providing us an opportunity to work with them on this interesting piece of work to develop a framework to assess the solar EV readiness. Before I kind of talk about the benefits, I also just want to share one slide, and I hope I'm going to share my screen, so I hope it's visible, because I'd like to kind of present what this framework is and then talk about the benefits of the framework. So, I hope the framework or the slide is visible. Okay. So this is a framework that we've developed to look at the solar and EV ecosystem together. Why did we really need a framework, first of all? Essentially, the problem statement was, apart from all the other challenges for progressing e-mobility, one of the key questions is that the electrons that we are using to charge the battery, are these green electrons? How do we ensure that we are using renewable energy to charge the batteries instead of using coal power or grid power, which is more gray in nature? So this framework was developed to look at how some of the solutions could be implemented for bringing renewable electricity for EV charging. The framework essentially has 3 themes, which you can see in different colors, yellow, red, and orange, which is essentially technical indicators, business indicators, and policy indicators. On the and then it has 8 pillars, along which we analyze all the different 64 member countries of ISA. In technology indicators, we look at solar energy assessment and e-mobility readiness. On business side, we look at the projects, the business environment, and the monetization. And finally, on policy, we look at the commitments, the regulations, and the targets. Quickly implementing this across the 64 countries, we've now identified some of the countries which are pioneers, accelerators, early adopters, and potential adopters. So this is about the framework, but I think the question that you asked, Mridula, is how this framework can help. I think, from our perspective, what we look at is that the framework has a modular and a flexible approach, which can allow for a tailored application across many different country contexts. We've already applied this to 64 ISA member countries, whether they are small or they are large. And the findings reveal that while solar and EV sectors are growing in parallel, the convergence through solar-powered charging infra is still nascent and yet to emerge fully. The framework can actually serve as a diagnostic as well as an action planning tool to help the governments in these countries identify gaps, prioritize investments for solar e-mobility transitions. So effectively, I'd say if the ISA member countries have to leverage this framework, this can be used to develop a baseline assessment and also in strategic planning context. This can help identify priority intervention areas such as solarization of bus depots, grid integration, and EV charging incentives, and also help develop a phased roadmap which can be then aligned with the national NDCs. Secondly, we feel that the member countries can benchmark their progress against the regional peers as well and use this readiness scoring to make case for any multilateral financing that they need to support projects or pilot projects, private sector partnerships, or even for ISA to serve as a platform for peer learning and collective investment facilitation. So those would be my thoughts, Mridula. Thank you for giving an opportunity to talk about this framework.
Many thanks, Gurpreet. This is really very well explained. Just to let all of you know that we've done in the last few months at least 12 workshops across all regions of ISA in storage, e-mobility, and green hydrogen with the member country officials. Our next speaker is Mr. Sandit Thandasheri, founder and CEO of Nevolt Solar Electric Boats, India, the firm that built India's first solar ferry, and more recently, the largest and fastest solar boat. Sandit has received numerous awards, including the Gustav Thruv Award for World's Best Electric Ferry. Congratulations for that. And recognition from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. So, Sandit, my question will be, Nevolt solar electric ferries are a global first. What have been the key lessons in cost, reliability, and public perception? And also, given your experience, what are the 2 to 3 technical barriers, our audience would like to know, still limiting large-scale marine solar integrated PV deployment? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So at Nevolt, what we focus on is like public transport and tourism boats, solar electrification. When we look at cost, it is all about CapEx and OpEx. So it is all related to energy, which either is energy storage or energy cost itself. So there are 3 things we can do to reduce cost. One is, can we do, by good design, reduce the weight of the boat in terms of shifting from traditional material, steel wood, to aluminum composites. So the weight can be reduced by half in large ferries. 2 is, can you optimize the underwater shape to reduce the drag and thereby the energy need? This can again reduce it by 1/3. An example is a 75 passenger ferry. From 45 kilowatt, it could be 15 kilowatt. So these are very essential steps to reduce effectively the battery size and the cost. The third is increase the contribution of sun. So solar, like by making the boats bigger, and increasing the solar plant on the boat, you can effectively get about 70% of the energy from sun and the rest 30% from grid. So the three things can make your capex difference between a diesel ferry roughly between 20 to 30%. And that is at today's scale, which solar ferries are just beginning to operate, and unlike EVs, which are already selling in millions. So if you reach the scale in few thousands, then the diesel and solar can be on parity. So this is our observation. From an OPEX angle, so what we look at the ferries we operate, typically diesel ferry, a 75 passenger, you spend about 100 liters per day. It's about $100 is an energy cost. This can come down 1 by 30 times. It could be $3 just the energy cost because of this contribution from solar. So this is what the example of some of the ferries which are operating, and there are about 35 ferries in operation in India mostly. Then regarding reliability, when we talk of solar electric, we want to have marine grade systems. So typically, you know that unlike bus where passengers can just escape by running out if there is an issue, but in a boat it's so difficult to escape, right? So that's why the systems has to be much more reliable and robust. And that is very important for this system redundancy. It should be high S1 duty cycle, which means more than 4,000 hours running per year. So these are things you have to take care. While from a public perception, as long as you can manage the perception that solar electric can perform equally in terms of functional need. So that's very important. So you don't want a slower boat. It has to be performance functionally similar. Obviously, then it's much better experience because there is no noise, vibration, or smell of fuel. And then there is a better experience because it's more comfortable and spacious. So these are like public perception, apart from the fact that you don't create any environmental impact or pollution, etc. So just to say on the technology barriers, primarily it's a scale. Once there is scale, naturally the cost will come down, there's no doubt. Second thing which is relevant for many of the island countries and relatively smaller markets is the logistics cost is very high. So for example, the ferry which we build for Maldives, almost 20-25% of the cost is a transportation. So one element is because you're transporting big ferries, then can you shift the boat building to locally? So can you shift the manufacturing of the boat to the country where the need is? The systems can always be transported at very low cost, at less than 5% of the cost of the boat. So this is a key thing for many of the countries, I feel. So as you can see in the slides, we have boats being built in various countries, for various countries, and this is what is happening across the world. I hope many of the island countries also take inspiration and shift to solar electric for public transport and tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandit. This is really great. May I now introduce our next speaker, Dr. Kiichi Komoto, Senior Manager, Mizuho Research and Technologies, Japan. Dr. Komoto has been in the field of PV technology for more than 30 years and also currently managing International Energy Agency's PV and Transport Task Force. So welcome, Dr. Komoto. My question will be that Japan has excelled in integrating solar in buildings and transport systems. How can countries in the global south adopt and adapt these practices with lower capex and grid maturity? And do you see VIPV becoming a commercial mainstream? What sectors, whether it's light commercial, school buses, or ferries, might break through first? Over to you, Dr. Komoto.
Thank you so much. So, thank you, leader, for your kind introduction and questions. So, hello everyone, I'm Keiichi Komoto from Japan. Yes, as for the questions, simply speaking, we have to consider the total value of how to use PV system. And not only for the simple PV cost, but the total package and total value. What kind of the benefit would be induced by PV? We have to consider various aspects. Otherwise, the simple PV cost is sometimes more expensive than other technology. So as for the solar mobility, so as introduced, I'm managing international projects under the IEA, focusing on PV and transport. So IAPP Task 17, the name is the PV and transport. So supposing the penetrating the electrified vehicle, so we could focus on two PV applications, for example. One is a PV charging station. The other is a solar vehicle, which have PV on the roof. As for PV charging station, nevertheless to say, the charging station could become a part of the electrical system, small island, the microgrid, and so on. Then the charging station could have additional value in addition to the charging vehicles. And so, on the other hand, looking at the electric vehicle, recently the market condition in the electric EV is not so good in the world. But I expect to penetrate more and more. So the PV vehicle, which have a roof, can drive longer and longer. This means that reducing the charging frequency, okay, of course. And of course, the charging electricity from the grid is sometimes the high carbon content, but the PV electricity has a few carbon contents. That's the one point. And also, recently we found even for the non-electrified vehicles, the PV installation can have economical benefits, so substituting the diesel consumption. In such case, the total cost investment for PV for the truck on roof can be recovered in some years. This is also, in addition to the economic benefits, the PV usage is mitigates the idling. And therefore, the noise exhaust gas during the stopping on the road is drastically reduced. And that's a very, very good point, I think. So recently in Japan and so some of the Western countries, the PV installation on heavy-duty vehicle is now getting popular. And also now I was very impressed with the solar ferries. I like it. And also that we have some potential how to use PV on the train, ships, vehicle, and so on. Especially a small vehicle, the PV can contribute a lot. That's my direction. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumoto-san, for the deep insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the green hydrogen sector. As we are a little short of time, may I request our speakers to limit their response to 2 to 3 minutes so as to accommodate all the remaining panelists. Thank you for your understanding. It's a pleasure to introduce Mr. Sterling Pedersen, Chairman Greenstat Asia. Sterling has more than 30 years of international leadership experience in renewable energy, safety, and industrial development across Europe, Asia, and Middle East. And Sterling is also a member of ISA's Green Hydrogen Innovation Center that we just spoke about sometimes back, steering committee. Sterling, may I ask you a couple of questions? First of all, what role can ISA play in accelerating regional hydrogen value chains across Asia Pacific?
Thank you very much for the invitation to come here and participate in this wonderful event. It has been quite enriching. I think that many of the key points have been covered here today through the clear vision and mission statements and also the goals and objectives. And I think that ISA can provide a platform for collaboration. I think one of the key points has been capacity building, and it is important to bring together all the stakeholders. That means from the public, private and also academia, because we have a long way to go when it's coming to develop and improve the technology. So I think to be quite short on my answer, I think ISA has a platform, and through the collaboration with the different stakeholders, this platform can enhance the knowledge. You can share technology, you can share expertise, and I think that will bring us forward much faster, because we don't have to invent the wheel in every country and every market. Yeah. We are bringing everything on the same platform, and we can move much faster to achieve the goals and objectives that has been outlined.
And Sterling, like we were discussing the other day, if you can just share your insights on what role can digital infrastructure play in accelerating solar and green hydrogen deployment in regions with weak grid capacity or small isolated systems?
It is a kind of complex question, but I think that we have heard from many of the speakers today that scaling solar energy is not kind of a simple exercise of adding capacity. It is to use the technology, and digitalization will be the backbone of the new energy systems. And there is at least 5 areas where I see that digitalization would play a vital role. One of them would be grid visibility and the forecasting. We know that it is important for us to have a predictability to handle the intermittency of the solar. We have talked about the battery, and we have talked about the long storage as well. To be able to utilize these technologies and also green hydrogen, it is important that we have accuracy and precision in our tools, and digitalization in this area would help. But more importantly, I think the energy management systems, when it's based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, will be able to optimize the load balance and demand response together with the hybrid energy systems performance, combining solar VR and battery storage and the backup systems. I think also for many of the member countries here, we are talking about cost, and we are talking about lacking skilled manpower. So I think that remote monitoring and control system can be set up through the digitalization systems and technology, like digital twin technology, remote assets management, and also drone has been lately been used in many different aspects, but this can also be used for the operational and maintenance system. And this will bring down the cost and the risk to the set up facilities for green hydrogen or even solar parks in remote areas. So this would also be an important factor to reduce the cost for these installations. But also, the last thing I want to mention, we have been talking about capacity and training. We have to use also the new technology, which now has matured. It is in augmented virtual reality. This way we can scale up also the training as it can be populated in every country and in several cities at the same time.
Thank you, Sterling, for the very deep insights. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is Mr. Matthew Gies, Executive Director, Asia Pacific, HDF Energy, a French company headquartered in Indonesia and dedicated to hydrogen projects Matthew has over 15 years of experience in renewable energy through various positions within IPP, EPC, and key supplier companies. And Matthew is also a member of ISR's Green Hydrogen Innovation Center Steering Committee. Matthew, since you come from the developer side, can you share your thoughts on the bankability of green hydrogen and also the use case of GH, which we often talk about as the storage component for grids? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mridula, and thank you, ISEF, for the invitation. Apologies, I couldn't do the trip today, but I'm very glad to participate online. I will be short, even though the question could lead to a long answer. I noticed from the interventions from Fiji, Vanuatu, and other countries that the main challenge is to decarbonize the island grids and then the whole ecosystem. The case of India is very interesting. The country has a gigantic scale, but cannot be replicated everywhere for obvious reasons, capability, scale, diversity of the mix. As Mridula mentioned, we are developer of projects and IPP, and we try to implement hydrogen projects in context where it can be viable today. When I say today, it means today with construction next year, without or with a minimum of subsidies. And we do believe that the ideal first step could be related to power application. The main challenge that green hydrogen is facing today is not related to the technology. The technologies are proven, they are bankable, they have been used in chemical sector, for example, for decades, if not 1 century. The main challenge is related to the commercial scheme, the commercial bankability. Who will be off-taker, for how long, at what price? When we use hydrogen in the power sector, we can tackle those questions by signing a PPA. And if we have a bankable PPA, we do have a bankable green hydrogen project. On our case, for example, in remote areas of France, we are building a project finance scheme, 150 million euro capex of hydrogen power plants to decarbonize island grids. And that is the key, is we need to find areas where such power plants make sense, because the cost of electricity has a certain price due to the storage component, and the answer is related to the archipelago context island grids. Pacific regions are a great example. It's remote, it's expensive to bring LNG, it's complicated to handle intermittent power, it was mentioned earlier. So hydrogen can be an answer to decarbonize the grid fully. In addition to that, we can look at implementing an ecosystem of around the hydrogen to decarbonize the maritime sector. And at HDF Energy, in addition to promoting the power plants, we are also working on the maritime applications with IMO. In Indonesia, we are doing a feasibility studies to decarbonize ferries in synergies with our power plants to produce the fuel. So as a conclusion, my comment is, yes, hydrogen is bankable, but we need to find the right context and the right price. And we need to start in areas where the cost of electricity is a burden. Fiji, for example, we are developing a project for EFL, and we are doing positive progress in our discussion there. We will help to save subsidies on the diesel genset. And then we can look at economy of scale by decarbonizing other sectors such as maritime. Last words on what role from development banks. I understood that ADB is co-hosting this event today, and World Bank was in the panel earlier. I think the development institutions can do better to accompany private sector, to accompany innovations. They have tools, technical assistance, concessional loan grants. We need to find a way how to identify them and how to use them in a smooth manner. That is key to implement the first projects in the region. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. This is great. Our next speaker is Mr. Matt Candy, CEO, Steamology UK. He's an experienced commercial innovator spanning concept to completion, innovation training in human-centered design, and passionate about cradle-to-cradle implementation. Now, Matt, in context of green hydrogen, how do we add resilience and redundancy to renewable energy heating systems? If you could just share your thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Thank you to the ISA team for the opportunity. So at Steamology, I think we concur with the message that has come across that these solutions need to be clean and modular and circular, but also need to be available for deployment today. So the approach we've taken at Steamology is that we should work with a wide range of sectorial deployment to make this energy vector of hydrogen into useful steam, heat and power. Our technology works by combining hydrogen and oxygen to make clean green steam that can be delivered in containerized modular outputs and is ready today. So the key themes that we know that the transition is capital intensive, so we should integrate with existing systems. So we have taken the approach to tackle the decarbonisation of industrial heating using hydrogen, but co-locating with the electrolysis to make the best of the available renewable electricity in a hybrid manner, so that the best thing to do is to use the hydrogen, to use the electricity directly, but where you need peak demand and where you need the time shift, where you need the storage, hydrogen as is an excellent storage medium. By combining the hydrogen and oxygen, we work in a circular way. So we deliver the water that is used to make the hydrogen, we return. And water is a key element in hydrogen production, and we've tackled that by making it truly circular. And the next, as it's been discussed, you need to optimize the system, so we reduce the overall load, use the existing capital means, so our systems integrate with existing machinery when we're replacing boilers, and we can replace diesel engines with steam turbines using existing rail equipment or marine when we're replacing. And this all enables the just transition. So we've heard with earlier speakers about local production and using readily available materials. So we've started right at the basics by respecting the water and only using materials such as stainless steel that are readily available, no forever chemicals, no lead, no lithium, and enabling existing capital means of production and existing skills that are available today in oil and gas or diesel to transition. So our understanding with these distributed needs but very common requirements of heat and power, that you can use hydrogen to enable the very best of intermittent renewable energy. And we're working at that in this very modular approach. So you can start small and you can grow in this distributed power network.
Thank you, Matt. This is a great example of innovation and technology together. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Anurag Mishra with us. Anurag is Senior Energy Specialist, Green Climate Fund. Anurag, welcome. How does the Green Climate Fund view the role of green hydrogen in advancing global climate mitigation goals, especially in today's different perspective emerging from green hydrogen?
Thank you so much, ISA, for inviting GCF and this opportunity to share our views from a climate perspective. So definitely looking at global transition to net zero, we are still looking at 40% of the sectors which are hard to abate, which contribute 40% of emissions, are still not on the track. And we definitely need solutions to ensure that those sectors are also moving towards clean sources. Now, from GCS perspective, we are not starting with the technology. We are kind of technology agnostic. And the first question which we have in our mind is, what is the least cost and the best fit solution for those sectors? And that is where we need to really look at all the available options, whether you look at reducing the energy intensity first before moving to hydrogen, alternate fuels if there are any, is solar thermal going to fill in some gaps, and then see if green hydrogen really comes in and play a role. The the other piece to this is what is the challenge with this sector right now is the price differential, which we heard is about 3 to 5 times based on the current gray hydrogen or other fossil resources these sectors are currently consuming. And only a concessional financing cannot fill that gap 3 to 5 times. And that is where we need to bring in all kind of instruments, starting with mandates to create demand, starting with taxation to bring the cost of gray hydrogen and other fossil sources higher so that we can reduce the gap. And then also the supportive policy regulatory environment to really drive the deployment of technologies, including green hydrogen. GCF is one of, while we talk about being technology agnostic, we have made investments in green hydrogen. Just to give you an example, very recently with the Asian Development Bank, we have approved a new program for India, which is going to mobilize about $3 billion for emerging technologies, including green hydrogen. The same board, we have also approved the first green fertilizer project for Paraguay with IFC. And in the past, we have also supported a project of baseline electricity supply, including solar, storage, and green hydrogen for Barbados. GCF resources, we are also supporting countries in the readiness, while as an example, Africa, we're helping them with the strategies and projects development there. And for Mali, interestingly, they also have a resource we call as white hydrogen. And how do we, which is like the naturally available hydrogen in the country, and how do we see that as an opportunity for them to look at long-term kind of a decarbonization of the country. So lastly, to share a few learnings from our investments looking into this sector. I think 3 important pieces which is impacting this sector. One is the current off-taker risk, which includes both pricing and volume. I think that is something which we need to really address. The second is the interface risk, because we are combining multiple technologies, including the end usage into this, and we still don't have an ecosystem where one sector is taking the responsibility of the failure of the other. So we need to see that we are having the solutions which can cover for that interface risk. And the last one is the certification. I think the most important piece. We still get hydrogen, but it's very difficult to know whether it's green or something else. And we need to have regulations which are acceptable more globally to ensure that what we're generating is green hydrogen. Renewable energy is going to be the most important input for this. And what we are not realizing that the countries who are not able to achieve significant reduction in the cost of renewables, including the around-the-clock power, will still not be able to make green hydrogen cost competitive. So while most of the countries have the ambition to move towards green hydrogen much quickly, I think we need to realize that the input cost, which is about 60 to 70% of the cost of green hydrogen, comes from renewable energy. And if renewable energy is not cheaper, it will never be making your green hydrogen cheaper. Last piece is also the strategies where most of the countries are looking towards export markets. And that is where from GCF side, we are constrained not to finance any of the green hydrogen projects which are looking at export of green hydrogen, considering that we are mandated to support the developing countries, not subsidize some of the developed countries' usage of green hydrogen. So with that, let's stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Anurag, for all the insights. As we close the session, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Gurpreet, I'll just come back to you for 2 minutes of intervention in context of the ISA-ICF partnership on Green Hydrogen Startup Initiative. And if you could just share us in 1 or 2 minutes some of the key challenges or gaps you have observed in current green hydrogen innovation efforts and how the startups are overcoming them. Over to you.
Thank you, Mridula. And yes, again, pleased to be working with ISA on this startup challenge. This is a global initiative which is aimed at accelerating innovation and entrepreneurship in green hydrogen with a focus on the steel and transport sectors. And the aim is to identify 20 high potential startups developing scalable and commercially viable green hydrogen solutions. What we are actually witnessing right now is that the path from innovation to commercialization is actually fragmented. And we're seeing that geographic concentration of innovation in countries like China, US, Japan, nearly accounts for 60 to 65% of these patents, and this is according to IEA data. So there is an underrepresentation from emerging economies in scaling these breakthrough technologies. There are academic research institutes which are active in India, such as the IITs and others, which are looking at pathways for lab to market transition, but it is still developing. Most hydrogen value chain segments in India have just one or two active startups, and therefore facing challenges like pilot scale infrastructure, validation platforms, and long-term visibility. So from our perspective in the study, we think that there are two ecosystem gaps that stand out. One is on the financing side, which is coupled with weak demand signals and high production costs, and therefore making early stage hydrogen ventures less amenable to finance. And second, these startups also need non-financial enablers like access to expertise, test beds, collaboration with academic networks to validate all these technologies and scale them efficiently. These are also underdeveloped and fragmented. And we think that targeted ecosystem level interventions such as global startup programs, very much like what ISA has launched, structured mentorship and sector linked pilot platforms can help close some of these gaps and contribute meaningfully to the evolving green hydrogen economy. Under this program, these selected 20 startups will receive seed grants and strategic acceleration support. And we hope it will accelerate and catalyze the growth of a robust innovation and R&D on green hydrogen across different countries as well.
Thank you, Gurpreet. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to an end of the panel discussion. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, I extend my sincere gratitude to all esteemed speakers, member country officials, and participants for your time, insights, and commitment to drive forward the green energy agenda of ISA. Thank you once again, and we close the session now.
I request all the esteemed panelists to please wait for a group picture. If you can kindly come back, we'll just have a group photograph very quickly. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the formal closing of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for the Asia and the Pacific region, and we thank you immensely. I think a big round of applause for all of you for participating, enriching these discussions, being with us over these 3 days. We still have a little something in store for you. Following this, we shall proceed for a site visit after lunch. We anticipate departure from the hotel at the ground floor lobby at 2:45. We have a short tour around Colombo, and then we shall proceed to Negombo and conclude with a dinner at Negombo. And we have an exciting lineup in terms of the tour. Also, looking forward to treating you all over a fantastic Sri Lankan meal this evening. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and looking forward to welcoming you once again at the Assembly this year in October, at the same time for the 8th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee. Special thanks in order, and I think another huge round of applause for the Vice President, Chair, and the host country, the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Thank you so much. Yes, DJ.
He will not say it, but let's also have a round of applause for the organizing committee from ISA, Shishir, Aditya Tiwari, Chetan, Rajendra, Kakul. I think you can see they've done a fabulous job, of course, with a huge support from the Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Thank you, everyone, and please have a great time. Thank you.